Someone online unmute, tell me who's never on. And they're online guests. Someone online, you go and unmute yourself.
Yeah.
If it's not something I lose, can anyone online hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Candace, I see you unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you for this. Appreciate that. We want to make sure before we get going, we don't leave everyone on Teams behind. I'm going to hold on to this, I think, just too. All right. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get the program going here. You can hear us okay? A bit fuzzy. I might be speaking too loudly. How about now? Candace, if you, someone can hear me. I'm struggling. Oh, dude, can you hear me? Sorry, there's the audio is staticky and distorted. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Please bear with us as we work on the technology issue. I appreciate that. Check. Down, down. There's some chat. And if there's going to be online, we want to get it so we can hear the audio, obviously. All right, is audio better online right now? Can you hear me better? Not better yet. Okay, thank you, Anna.
I can hear a little better.
Maybe a tiny bit better, okay. And a smiling face, I like that. A little better, you know, maybe I'll have them, let me turn it down a little bit more. I don't know, y'all. Two stories that I'll refer to you. That's just me, I'm just robotic, that's just my mood. The thing that's distorted and staticky. You're going to go over there, that's not. They said, okay. Sounds any better? How's that sound? Is this coming back to you a little better, guys?
Yes, it's a little better. How about now? Can you hear us? I'm a bit difficult.
Because we've helped in here.
Now it says it's muffled.
Yeah, maybe it's possible that our system is just being screwy right now. I apologize if we can't get this going. Let me try.
Okay. Do you think it's already on, Mike? That's the issue?
Is this coming back through any better at all?
Is it on?
Sounds good to me.
All right, so you're online, you can hear me okay now? Let's do one more test. Someone else tell me you can hear me, please. Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Nina. All right.
Sounds good.
Appreciate your patience, both those of you here in person and those of you online. Technology can be fun, but we are social workers. We forge ahead. So I am Dr. John Hodges. I am the director of the MSW program, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you, and I really enjoy meeting the rest of you today and as we circulate. So I just wanted to offer a quick welcome on behalf of the department, and then I'll turn it over to our department chair, Dr. Frida Coleman-Reed, and then we'll do introductions of faculty, and they'll tell you what they teach in the MSW program, what their areas of interest or research are as well. So I just want to say thank you, first off. Thank you to all of you who are coming into this program to make this a better world. I don't say that lightly. There are not enough trained MSW level social workers in pretty much any region in the United States right now. And as we all know, there are so many social problems and vulnerable populations that need our help. So I truly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate those of you coming into a profession like this to help those who are struggling, help those in vulnerable positions, those who are impacted by societal issues, by mental illness, substance use, in the different areas we look at. So as we move forward in this program today, you're going to hear quite a bit about the structure of the program, the curriculum, support services. But I also want to let you know that we're recording this orientation. It will be posted on YouTube. And we also have a Canvas course. Canvas, if you don't know, is the course management system that all of your courses will be taught through, the online learning management system. And we have an MSW orientation course you'll all be subscribed to, and you'll also have information there. So I say all that to say, don't be overwhelmed by the amount of information that's going to be thrown at you today. You can watch this again. You can watch this on your giant 65-inch flat screen TV at home and say, boy, that's some great audio and some great video. So again, appreciate you being here. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Coleman-Reed, again, who is chair of the Department of Social Work.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for your flexibility and your patience. We appreciate you so much this afternoon. So, in the spirit of how things have been going thus far this afternoon, we're trying to pull up my little PowerPoint just for me to say welcome to you. So some of you I already know intimately, and some of you will get to know. I am so pleased, as Dr. Hodges said, that you have decided to join us in our mission as social workers to empower people and to make a difference, not only in the lives of individual people, but communities and agencies and policies that govern the lives of millions and billions of people. All right, so welcome. All right, so today you might think, oh, wow, this is going to be an issue for me today. What have I done? Why am I here? You might be thinking, oh my goodness, gosh, golly, gee whiz. And what will I do starting today to take hold of my career? Will I have what it takes to do what I want to do and to reach my goals? And for many of us, what that means is we just kind of put on our going out face, or as my mama used to say, you're going out manners. You know, we put that on and look like we're okay. But I want you to know that this is an exciting time and it is a wild day. Because for today, the wild we're talking about is that you are stepping into a moment in time in your life where you're going to gain some wisdom in order to make the changes or to do the things or to have the career that is going to be meaningful to you and others. And you're going to do it through the social work professional lens, which is going to change you and change other people. You're going to have opportunities to learn and grow and investigate things you may have never thought about. And with opportunity comes challenge. I'm sorry. It does. You're investing in learning, and learning is a little bit difficult. It's sort of like when you decide you want to get fit, and you say, "I'm going to go out here and I'm gonna walk 2 miles, and then I'm going to lift weights for 30 minutes, and then after that, I'm going to swim 20 laps." And your body says, "Oh no, you won't." But if you persist in an incremental way, taking advantage of those opportunities, you build muscle, you become efficient, you become a fine working machine. So seize hold of the opportunities that are going to be presented to you by all this faculty that is before you today, who have a wealth of knowledge about the practice of social work. Social work is not a profession where you are just reading and writing. It is a profession where you are gaining knowledge and then you are applying it to real world situations within the knowledge, values, and skills of the profession. And you'll learn a whole lot about that. The other part of the while is we are so interested in your well-being. We want you to be well as you take this journey. The advanced education has advanced stress. And so we want you from the beginning to treat yourself well. Figure out, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, figure out what's going to keep you healthy, emotionally, physically, while you do this journey, while you make this choice. So we welcome you. And remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You've already made several, so you're well on your way. So we welcome you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman Reed. We appreciate the warm welcome. I'm going to stop the screen sharing. I think I did actually. Okay, before we introduce the faculty, I also wanted to mention we'll take a break for those of you online as well as in person at about 4:15, give or take. Bear with us if it's a little bit after that, since we got a delay going. But what I'm going to do now is start down at the end of the table, but first I need to get the camera to focus on the people who will be speaking. Technology is fun, y'all. Whoa! You can see our shoes. You can see if we have any fashion sense. Wow! Yeah, I promise I'm trying to not just. Okay. This is really touchy. Okay, so then let's see if we can. Oops. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Brown. I was going to start on the other side. And we'll just pass the microphone.
Well, hello, I'm Mr. Brown, and I teach in the first year as well as the second year. I teach, if you're a 2-year student, you're going to have me right out of the gate for your 2 of your first classes. I teach an orientation to the field of social work, and then I teach a foundational course in social work policy. In the advanced standing year, your second year, if you're a 2-year student, I teach advanced practice with children, adolescents, and families, which is a clinical social work class. I also teach 2 electives. I teach an elective in family violence and also in advanced practice with substance misuse clients. And so I have a strong interest in child welfare and planning to do some research in child welfare practice and retention of child welfare workers. And I have a lot of passion there for child welfare and also family counseling.
I'm Dr. Lee, and you won't have me until the very end. I teach 680, which is the nonprofit management and administration leadership course. So there are 2 electives that I teach. One is strengths-based perspective and advanced social work practice. And then the other is I share with Dr. Chima sometimes the international global social work. My research has primarily been work with individuals with disabilities, specifically students in higher education, and then also supervision and leadership, and then self-care practices from student to professionalism.
Hello, I'm Trenda Owens, and I am the Director of Field Instruction for the 2-year program. I teach field seminar class, and in the summer I teach transformative social work, a change agents toolkit, which is an elective. And my interests are social justice, youth mental health, and community engagement.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angie Bailey, and I teach in the last 8 weeks that you'll have the licensure prep course, which is Social Work 600. And my interests are formerly fostered youth in higher education, licensure, social work licensure and supervision, and relational learning.
So we've met. I'm Dr. Coleman Reed, and I'm also the BSW program director. So I've taught in the BSW program, usually human behavior and the social environment, part 2, actually across the BSW curriculum from introduction to social work to research. And in the MSW program, advanced practice in healthcare settings, and then clinical assessment and diagnosis. So my research is primarily in 3 areas. Actually, to tell you all the truth, I like a lot of stuff. But my research is in promoting positive social supports in grandparent caregivers. Also, positive supports for LGBTQI youth coming out. And then I'm very interested in family systems theory, as well as self-care for social work students and practitioners.
Well, hello again. I didn't want to introduce myself. Again, I'm Dr. Hodges. I didn't mention that my areas of research and teaching and interest are in the broader areas of mental health, particularly severe mental illnesses, and also first-generation college students, those who are the first in their family to go to college, and what structures and systems help support folks who are entering into the into higher education.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Shanquella Williams. I teach in the 2-year program. 2 of the courses that I teach are Human Behavior Part 1 and Social Justice and Human Rights course. My research interests include public health social work, well-being, and international social work. If y'all are interested in international social work, I would love to talk to you all about it.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Kimberly Wright, and I am the field director for the advanced standing students, which you'll hear a whole lot more about later this afternoon. I teach, obviously, in the field department. I teach a couple of sections of field for the advanced standing students. I also teach forensic social work. And my areas of interest are in the area of innovative social work practice. So really helping for program development to place social work students in innovative and new placements, potentially creating new social work jobs. And in the area of forensic social work, so social workers in police departments, in court settings, forensic social work just in general is a big interest of mine. So if you have interest in that area, come find me. I'd love to talk more.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? I get nervous. I'm Dr. Crystal Doja, and I teach in the 2-year MSW program. And so I teach human behavior in the social environment, the second part. And then I also teach advanced social welfare policy analysis. My research interests are first generation college students, the retention of first generation college students, specifically focusing on those non-academic barriers to retention, And so that centers around first-gen students that identify as student veterans, youth in foster care, African-American first-generation college students, and how do we create a sense of belonging on the college campus, as well as having the conversation about the intersections of social work and higher education. So, definitely. Hello. My name is Daisha Burgess. So I teach social work 665, advanced general practice with groups. My areas of interest is parenting styles, family systems, adolescent mental health, and intervention and prevention research. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the program. I'm Dr. Chima, and in the foundational year, I teach research methods. In the advanced year, I teach program evaluation. And like Dr. Lee said, I also share in teaching the global social work class. And my own research looks at immigration, particularly the experiences of refugees and their psychosocial needs.
All right, thank you all. We also have a couple faculty who couldn't be here today. The one is Dr. Allison Berkowitz, and you'll meet her either in advanced social welfare policy, social work policy. She also teaches the self-care elective. As you go through this program, if you're a one-year student, you need one elective. If you're a two-year student, you need two electives. Self-care is one of those electives. Another faculty member that couldn't be here today is Dr. April Vivret. And you'll meet her. She teaches the trauma elective. She teaches in some of the groups classes and across the MSW curriculum. And am I missing any other faculty before I introduce? Okay, and then someone you've probably already met and corresponded with during your application process is Miss Amy Thompson. She's the Senior Administrative Assistant for the Department of Social Work. She's a good source for questions about the university and operations. But if you have questions about the program itself, you all have been assigned a faculty advisor. They are assigned based on the first letter of your last name, and you can see that in your UNA portal account. It will tell you who your advisor is, or you're welcome to send me an email as well as program director. So right now we're going to transition into a discussion of the overall MSW program, how it's set up, some of the features of it. And I'm going to ask the faculty to chip in as they think of things and want to contribute as well. After that, and I know we're running just a little bit behind, we will turn it back over to Dr. Coleman Reed to talk about that important issue of self-care as you go through a program and balance your other life obligations. All right, so, oh, yeah, please. Thank you. I am the disembodied voice off camera. It's that one. Yeah. No, it's that one you had. It's that one. It's kind of hard. It doesn't want to, you have to aim it up there at the camera up there. Yeah. Okay. I like being the disembodied voice because it's not too far from Halloween. We'll keep spooky season going. All right, so it should come as a shock to none of you that you are entering an online program. Classes are entirely online. Your internship, of course, is in person at your agency. Having said that, I am so proud of this faculty and how every person on faculty works really hard to give you a human experience. That might be a weird sounding phrase, but given that it is an online program, please know that your advisors and your faculty are here for you. Faculty have Teams meetings, offer classes on Teams in many cases. I know faculty, if you're local and want to come in person, some faculty have in-person sessions as well. Faculty have office hours that they conduct either in person or certainly over Teams. So we do not want to be that, as I was joking about being a disembodied voice, we don't want to be that disembodied set of pixels on the other end of the screen, okay? So we do try to reach out in any way possible. Couple of things, and I know I said some of this in various emails I've sent out to all of you, but these classes are 8 weeks. So when you have a semester, like you're coming up on spring semester beginning in January, there are 2 8-week sessions. In a typical 8-week session, you'll take 2 courses along with your field internship, which averages about 16 hours a week. There are some sessions where you'll have 3 courses. For example, one of the semesters where you take your elective. But if you follow that plan of study that I sent out to all of you, based on whether you're a 2-year or a 1-year student, you'll stay right on track. You'll interact with your advisor each semester when it's time to register. You'll get an email saying it's time to register. Here's what to register for. So you'll have guidance along the way. So I do, and I've been asked by the graduate school to send out a plea right now, which is if you have not already registered for your spring courses for both 8-week sessions, please do that. And if you have any troubles getting registered, send your advisor or myself an email and we'll assist you. But I was told this morning that probably about 25 of y'all haven't registered yet, which is understandable. I know some of you may have been waiting for orientation to register, but please do that and register for both 8-week sessions. All right, so this, like any graduate program, is reading and writing intensive, especially given the 8-week nature of the courses. So it's taught asynchronously. This is a program geared toward adults with many things on their plates. So when I say asynchronous, we don't have classes at a set time. You don't log in on Tuesday at 7 o'clock for Dr. Dozier, for example. But you do need to keep up. There are set deadlines for papers, assignments, there'll be role plays, paperwork with your field internship, those sort of things. And classes, when instructors offer live classes, they always record them, just like we're recording this orientation, so that you can watch those if you can't be there at a certain time. But I just want to emphasize the busy nature of graduate school. And that's certainly not unique to our program nor to social work as a profession. But we also want to see you take in the information, but retain it, integrate it, synthesize it from class to class. One of the things that I think differentiates undergraduate education from graduate is at the graduate level, we expect you to not just do your readings, take a test, and then mentally file away that information. We want to see across the course and then across all of your courses that you're pulling in the information, integrating it, and analyzing it at a higher level. Graduate education is not about cramming for a test and then getting an A and never looking at that book again. It's about understanding that you are being taught to be a social work professional. It's more than book learning. You're being taught to embody the ethics and the values of our profession as you go through this program, but also to apply them in your field placement, for example, which again is concurrent with your coursework. It's 16 hours a week. And at the end of this program tonight, you'll hear a lot more about field from your field directors, Ms. Wright and Ms. Owens. But you get out of a graduate program what you put into it. Put yourselves into this. Do the readings in advance. Interact with your faculty. Interact with your peers. Be there for each other. When you have questions about an assignment or you need clarification about an expectation in a course, go to your course instructor. I say this, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Do not hesitate to contact your instructors if you have a question. Don't rely on your classmates to get the correct information. I just said you should support each other, and that's absolutely true. But make sure you get the information from your instructor so there's not differences in interpretations. We are here for you, and we should be here for you. So please make sure you are clarifying as you go along, that you make sure you understand the expectations for each course. Each instructor will have a syllabus online in your Canvas course. And again, Canvas is the home where you'll find each of your courses. That's where you'll get email from your course instructors, where your modules will be set up. It's the online learning management system. All right, so I've been drilling on. Who wants to add to this? Anything about the nature of the program? That's a big no. Okay.
Mr. Brown always says something. I just want to echo what Dr. Hodges said about connecting with your professors. We want to be here for you. We want to support you. If I'm grading an assignment for you, you probably want to ask me rather than somebody else. And so if you're struggling, I want you to reach out to me. If you're unsure about how to approach an assignment, reach out to me. We'll work on this together. And we want to be supportive of you. We want you to be successful. And, I approach my classes very much like I was a supervisor in a lot of different agencies for a lot of years. And I try to approach my classroom like an agency as a supervisor. As a supervisor, I wanted my employees to be successful. And I want to be here to support you and be successful. So reach out to us.
I like to say that from this moment, communicate. Communicate directly. The hallmark of an effective, efficient social worker is direct communication. Not only with the people you will work with, but more importantly, with your supervisor. And within this structure, the supervisor is the faculty that's teaching, as well as seeking information from your advisor. Those two entities first, and then if you can't get clarity, maybe you'll reach out to Dr. Hodges. But we do operate like an agency. I'm glad Mr. Brown brought that up. So most of you are working people. Y'all know what that means. Every agency has a policy and procedure manual that directs you in what to do. The same is true for social work. We live and die by policy. The people we serve live and die policies. So we have to be familiar and know how to use policies effectively. So yep, escalating on an online program. You're just out there, feel like by yourself. Please reach out and connect to us. When there are opportunities for you to chat with your, they'll provide them almost on a weekly basis. Check in, talk to a real person. So you're in this field, you're desiring to be in this field because I assume you like people, nod your head. Good thing. So now we're going to teach you the tools to really engage with people, but you're the first tool we're working with. Okay, so we encourage you strongly to communicate with us. We can't help you if we don't know. Okay. And you're balancing a lot. All of us have been where you are, and some of us not in the same ways that you are. You know about your life. You need to share and help us work with you towards solutions. That's what you're going to be doing with real people, right? Okay. Oh, please reach out. I'm pleading. I'm begging. Write to us. Show up for meetings. You are developing an advanced generalist social work persona. That means that you're going to be a professional. People expect that you will operate in a specific manner. You have knowledge, you have ability, you have initiative, you drive. So I'm gonna get off my soapbox now. Communicate with us. We're waiting to hear from you. Yeah.
Thank you. And so on that note, again, I wanted to say that if you communicate with us, we're all human. We understand y'all have a lot going on in your lives, but we can't help you if you don't communicate and communicate early. Similarly, if you get into this program and you're working and many of you have family obligations and other things going on in your lives, and it's a little too much, talk to your advisor and we can structure a part-time option. I want you to know that's available. It's not a formalized plan, a study. We can work with you individually. You still have to proceed through the courses and fill the internship in order, in a sequence. But there are going to be things that come up in your life. So, and obviously that could take you longer than the 1 year or the 2 year, depending on what program you're in, but know that's available. And I say that because I don't want anyone to get into a situation where they feel like, I can't do this. I'm going to drop out because it's too much all at once. We can work with you. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, and I'm so glad Dr. Coleman-Reed brought this up, is we are what's called an advanced generalist MSW program. What that means is you're being trained to be an ethical, competent social worker with skills that will cut across various populations, various agency types. You're not being trained in a silo to be an expert in substance use or mental health or gerontology or children and families. You're going to get a little bit of all of that. Now, some MSW programs around the country do have concentrations, they call them. For example, in my MSW, I did the mental health concentration. Some have macro practice, children and families, medical. More and more MSW programs are going the direction we've gone to advanced generalist because it reflects the reality of the social work practice environment. So, for example, if you're working in mental health with adults, let's say, you obviously have to also understand family dynamics, substance use, aging, and gerontology. You have to know a little bit about everything. You do have opportunities to specialize, however, within an advanced generalist framework. One way you can do that is where you choose to do your field internship. Another way is your electives. And then another option is in some classes, you'll have the opportunity to write a paper on an issue or a client population of interest to you. But we do function under the advanced generalist model. What that means for those of you who are two-year students, you're coming in and the first year is what we call the generalist curriculum. That's where you're learning generalist practice skills. If you're a one-year student, you've had that in your BSW. And when those of you who are two-year students hear me talking about the 1 and 2 year program, a 1 year program, those students have a BSW from an accredited program, and a BSW, which is typically 2 years of full-time social work courses, teaches that generalist practice foundation. So then you're going to jump into the advanced generalist sequence that the 2 year students will join you in the second year of their curriculum. All right. At this point, then, we've been talking about how busy this program is. So this is a good transition to Dr. Coleman-Reed to talk to you a little bit about self-care and the importance of taking care of ourselves as whole human beings. I'll get your slides going if you want.
So normally, this section of the presentation is presented by Dr. Berkowitz. I'm missing her right now. She does an able job of presenting this content, so it'll be useful to you. And she teaches a course about self-care. So as you're thinking about your electives, that might be something you might want to take. But we focus on self-care today because we want you to be whole and healthy throughout this experience with us. And all of us know that life does not have a specific pattern that it flows in. It brings us many surprises, right? And so as a social worker, one of the things that is true is that we are the instrument of change for the people we work with. And so you have to keep the instrument finely tuned and pay attention to it. So that means you have to pay attention to you and how you're going to manage this program as you carry on all the things you are already carrying on in your life. Anybody in here not busy or online, raise your hand. I don't see any hands going up. Notice you don't see any hands of the faculty going up because all of us live very busy lives. So one of the things I wanted to say is, what is self-care? There are many definitions of self-care, but I want you to pay attention to this one. Self-care is a deliberate and proactive practice, meaning you think ahead and then you take action if it's proactive. Of activities and strategies that promote, that build on what you already have, add to your physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual health or well-being. And the result for social workers is that it enables us to maintain our personal health. It is far easier for us to work with people with complex lives when we're physically and psychologically healthy. Self-care helps us manage our stress. All stress is not bad or harmful. Stress can be useful to us if we harness it and use it to help give us energy and focus in our lives. Also, we want you to be social workers for a long time. We want you to be able to do things that keep you healthy, that keep you focused, that keep you making a difference for people. And the way to do that is to stay personally healthy. And then when you do those things for yourself and you're working with your clients in a way that's dictated by the profession, you will fulfill your ethical responsibilities. This profession has ethical responsibilities. If you plan to get a license, then you're signing up and say, yes, I agree to operate by the knowledge, values, skills, information of the professional social worker in a way that is prescribed by the profession. And if I don't, there are consequences because vulnerable people and populations are dependent on you. All right, so what is self-care? Well, it's a holistic concept with a couple of parts. It's our personal and professional self-care. So personal self-care has to do with purposefully engaging, like deliberately engaging in practices that promote your health, like in your physical area. What can you do to promote yourself physically? Out here, people in the audience with me. What do you do? Exercise. Okay. One time, 10 minutes, or 10 minutes several times a week. Yeah, that one. You engage in psychological and emotional self-care practices. Anybody have thoughts about those? What's that? Take a risk. You can tell these are some of our undergrad students. Mindfulness, yes. So being present in the moment, taking stock of now. Also, giving yourself a break, rest, engaging in things that energize you, energize your mind. If you're a gamer, gaming responsibly. Social, engage in social activities. And those activities with people who contribute to you, not drain you. You all experienced that? Yes. Leisure activities. It's good to have a hobby. Anybody have hobbies? What are some of the hobbies you have? Oh, yeah. Yes. Anybody else? Y'all capturing the beauty of life right there. The music, photography, anything else? Can we come to your house? Gardeners, okay. Oh, very nice. You're doing a little unofficial equine therapy. Yes, hobbies really add to us. Yes, ma'am. Very nice. So you're nurturing the body and the soul when you cook. Absolutely. And then there's spiritual well-being. And spiritual well-being has to do with a variety of activities, from organized religious practices, to meditation, to yoga, to mind-body kinds of experiences, getting a massage and chilling out to some relaxing jazz. So these practices we need to engage in to keep us personally healthy. But what about professionally? So professionally, we should be focused on the effective and appropriate use of self in our professional roles. And what that's talking about is when we know that we're operating within the requirements, the roles of our profession, it's easier to do our jobs. We're less stressed. We feel capable. So what are some of those things? Well, load and time management. It is not uncommon for people who love to work with people to overwork their person working with people. So having good balance in your life in terms of your workload and time management. Attention to your professional role, which has to do with feeding yourself with the knowledge you need, the skills you need in order to do your job and be capable of it. Attention to your action to work. Anybody work here that work affects them? Yeah. Some days I go up and I go home and I work with this wonderful group of people and I'm so energized, and this is true, I'm so energized, I really cannot be still because there's ideas and activities and events, and I'm like, I just can't read. And then some days I go home and think, oh my gosh, did I do one more activity? But work affects us. And then the beauty of being a student and working with students is you bring things to us that enrich our lives. Because your curiosity, your investment, your focus on goals matches with us. And we want to see you achieve it. Professional social support and self-advocacy, talking to the right people at the right time about what you need in order to do things effectively. Remember, I said supervision is the hallmark of social work. Talking with your faculty will help you in terms of being successful in reducing your stress. Revitalization and generation of energy. It's sort of this idea of getting together with your peers, with your faculty, and creating new things. It's almost like you're having a sister or brother circle. You're getting together not to complain, but say, what about? What if? I think we can. That energizes us to do work. Okay. So, why are we really talking about this? Beyond the fact that we really want you to take a look at your life, decide how you can practice some self-care activities to keep you focused and be successful. We want that very much for you. But we also are required by the National Association of Social Work to focus on self-care. It's one of the ethical principles and standards. And the purpose, which you see up here, is to encourage all social workers to engage in self-care and ongoing education. Why? Because in the past, social work was thought of simply as a profession of service and not thought of what it costs a social worker to remain in the field and do the work. And so now we've gotten a little smarter, and we figured out that we have to do the things for ourselves that we're spending so much time doing for other people so that we can continue to work effectively. And so it's not just a nice thing to do, it's an ethical expectation. We're going to check in with you. Are you doing things to take care of yourself? Or are you just flat out working as hard as you can? And I can tell you that's a disaster. Because you can't keep all the balls in the air all the time. So you see it for the statement, which I really like, and it comes from a code of ethics. Professional self-care is paramount. It's at the pinnacle for competent, effective, ethical social work practice. So start today thinking of you and how you can take care of you. All right, so what are some areas? Develop a non-negotiable daily self-care routine. You can be very simple. 3 things out of these 4 areas: the physical, emotional, social, or spiritual. Promise yourself or set up a schedule, a calendar, our favorite C word, beyond communication, a calendar you really want to keep. With when you have time not only to study, not only to get the kids where they need to be, not only to meet up with your friends, not only to do the work by work, but for you to sleep, for you to have some rest in your day. It does not take long in order for you to to determine I'm going to rest for 15 minutes. No distractions. You can do that in your schedule. Prioritize yourself. Self-care is not selfish. Self-care allows you to do for yourself and others the things that make a positive difference. Take care of yourself emotionally. It's one thing you can do. How about just check in with yourself every day? What did you do well today? I have 3 things I say to myself every day. What did I do that made a difference for myself physically today? I ask myself at bedtime where I walked. I don't talk about the chocolate egg. What did I do that helped my relationship stay healthy today with my husband? That's what for me, that's what I'm talking about. One thing, I sat down and we had coffee together. And then, what did I do that is productive in work today? I got that paper written that I've been working on for 3 weeks. That took me less than a minute to say to you guys. Now what happens is when we say it out loud and we write it down, we cement it in ourselves. You need to figure out what's going to be non-negotiable for you daily. Because the more you think about your career, the better you're going to be to live with and to do the work. So think about your social relationship. You're going to need some boundaries. You can't do it all the same way you've been. You can do it for a while, but you're going to hit the wall. So plan ahead. Practice that word, that big word. You know what it is? No. No. Well, why? No. Well, I just asked you. No. Well, how come? No. It sounds abrupt, but it works. You have to be able to say no. The other thing is, as we're talking about this in your self-care, the very things we're talking about in terms of managing your time, being connected to people, forgiving yourself for mistakes, having compassion, are the very things you're going to talk to your clients about. You got to get effective with yourself first. So I want you to just take a moment as I go to this slide and think of 3 self-care things you could do daily that take less than 5 minutes. So you can see up here, self-care can be anything from pausing, taking a step back. When somebody says, what do you think you're going to have so-and-so done? Rather than answering them, you can say, well, let me think about that. So that you can put it in your time frame, because we usually want to respond immediately and do that. Say what word? Yes. Forgive yourself. You planned it out, you had your schedule, and you got 2 things done. You got your paper back from Mr. Brown, and he colored it red. Social work is a profession of 1,000 chances. I want you to know that. And so forgiving yourself and figuring out what you're going to do next is important. You'll figure out what theory that is in human behavior classes. Saying no, staying at home, setting boundaries, asking for what you need. Ooh. Helpers often have difficulty with that. Is that you? Okay. Figure out a way. Write your script. Practice the script. And then put it in practice with real people. When I'm talking about practice in the mirror, then put it in practice with real people. Spend some time alone. Anybody who online find it hard to have time where it's just you. That's valuable. It's good to be with people, but you need time to reset. Your body needs to reset so your mind can reset, so you can sleep well, you'll have energy, the internal systems will work together. All of that's important. Okay, so I've talked a lot. 3 things I want you to think about today. 3 things that you can do on a daily basis. And nobody else has to know. That's the other part of this. You don't have to tell anybody. Just know that you're doing it for yourself. except I'm going to ask you a question. Anybody, think about it, 15 seconds. If I could sing, I'd sing. But
This is Kevin Worcester online. We were having a very difficult time hearing again. The audio's gotten much worse and the slides
I just
aren't advancing.
repeat, yes. Listen to a worship song. Go outside. Touch your turf. Now, those two things, listen to a worship song, connects us to something greater than ourselves. We need something greater than ourselves. What's the other thing? Go outside, connect with nature. Well, we already know if you go outside and you experience 20 minutes of sunshine, you're going to generate more vitamin D. You're going to be more healthy. You're going to have more energy. We're also going to be connected to this big old beautiful world. Yes. Pet your cat. Unconditional, filthy love. So you get renewed. Anybody else, 3 things? I see people in the back. Those of you online, be glad you're not with us. Young lady with glasses in the back. Yes, ma'am, you. Drink water, move your body more, and spend more time by yourself. Now, y'all, water is the key to life. Do you know if you drink water with in 30 minutes, your brain functioning increases? So you are preparing yourself for activities, mental activities when you drink water. What was the second one? Move your body. Making energy creates energy. That also helps us think better. And the third one? Spend more time alone. You're a good person. Spending time alone allows us to really enjoy ourselves and understand what we want and how much we value ourselves. And hopefully, when we spend time with ourselves, we cut off negative scripts that we say to ourselves. Because, as I said to my former students, you know your mind will lie to you, right? It will tell you untruths. So practicing time alone with some affirmations or enjoying silence is a great thing. All right, thank you for participating. Anybody else? Faculty? All right.
I wrote down after the head, putting myself first, taking a step back, and I already have 3 good boundaries, but just reminding myself to keep my good boundaries. Did you understand that? For me, it keeps me settled and grounded. It causes me to be able to reflect, and I am big on just being able to reset. I live a very busy life, so being able to reset is always a great thing for me, and it allows me to show up as my best self to everybody.
Yeah. Thank you for that segue. Reset. The purpose, too, of those 3 strategies, whatever it is you choose for you, is, life's going to get out of control, don't you? And all the things you had go south. When you have these strategies, you can reset with those 3 strategies. Go back to them. They're not magic, but if you continue to do them, it'll benefit you. So it's your reset button too, okay? Because we want you to live long and prosper as a social worker. So can I get you to volunteer to really engage in some self-care starting today? Yes, thank you. I'll hand it back to Dr. Hodges.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thurman. Appreciate those wise words. As she was talking about self-care, a couple
in my mind. One was the combined use of social work practice experience that this faculty has. Use those, work with your faculty, develop yourself as a professional, guidance by your faculty. And then also, I'm sure many of you come in with years of experience in social work and agencies. And when Dr. Coleman said we learn from you as well, we truly do. So this should be a two-way street. The other thought as I was listening to Dr. Coleman Reed speak was, that really hit me was, I don't think about self-care, one aspect of it, like she mentioned, which is, as helpers, it's often hard for us to ask for help. I don't think about that a lot, and it just really hit me. We are the ones that always try to put ourselves ahead of ourselves, behind others. I'm putting that backwards, I think. And I know personally it's hard for me to ask for help, but rely on those people in your life, whether it's family, your community, your church fellows, those folks that can help you through this period. You may not be able to do everything, but get good at delegating. And I'm speaking as a complete hypocrite because I don't do that. So on the notion of self-care, we are about to engage in self-care in the form of a break. So as we take a break, online and in person, if you're here in person, there are restrooms that direction and also that direction. Help yourself if you're here in the room to snacks and drinks. Let's come back at 4:35 Central Time for those of you in other time zones online. So let's come back in about 10 minutes, and what's going to happen after the break, Mr. Brown will facilitate an alumni panel. We have a few folks who have been through the MSW program to give you their experiences. And then Dr. Lee will talk about some campus support resources available to all of you. And then we'll end with the two field directors, Mrs. Wright and Mrs. Owens, talking about the field internship, which typically is one of the areas that people have questions about. All right, so let's come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
In the main room here, those of us online, can anyone in the main room hear those of us online? Guess not.
How is this audio coming through right now?
Yeah, so you guys are talking together. I'm gonna beat a couple of them, I'm gonna kind of leave it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, she goes somewhere, so I figure out, so, you know, it's big, yeah, but yeah, so it's big with me in my mind. So I kind of did, so I kind of, like I said, kind of like. But I wanted to make sure I was able to actually do those, you know, and stuff like that. Thank you, I really enjoyed this part. Don't say this, I will speak out of here. Okay. I'll send out an email. That's fine. Yeah. So yes, but and I want to be different too. So I want to put I need to raise something. But I'm gonna make sure they get that. No, it's okay. But like. I'm
Check, check, check. Is this coming through at all? Can anyone hear this? Okay,
Yes.
so we're coming through clearly again right now. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna try this again, guys. I'm really sorry that you guys on the other end are having real issues with it. I'm not sure what's going on. Might have an issue with the board that's under here, but I'm gonna keep trying to make sure that it works, okay? I apologize that you are having a bad time. But Michael, turn now. Working sometimes. Right, right. I don't mind. I'll work on it. Oh, yeah.
If things sit right here, I'm gonna just go over the end. All right, everyone. We're gonna get going again. Yeah. Can you hear me online, y'all? We come back from break. How are you?
How are you?
Good. Okay, they're saying, yep, it sounds good. So we'll just pass the mic around. All right. Hey, Jenny. Good. Okay. So we're going to get started again, and we're going to move into the alumni panel, as I mentioned right before the break. And that will be moderated by Mr. Brown, and he will introduce our esteemed panelists, who we really appreciate having you both here. It's Old Home Week, all three of you, sorry, but here. So I will turn it over to Mr. Brown at this point.
Next to me. So that's what you get for sitting on, you have to sit next to me. Let me just say one thing before we get going here. I'm seeing some of this, but let me really encourage you and challenge you to meet people here that you don't know. Okay? You're going to need these connections as you journey through this program, so get to know people. You're going to have, when you have me for the advanced practice with children, adolescents, and families, the counseling course, you're going to have a partner in that class. So get to know some people. All right, we have 2 alumni and 1 current student, soon to be an alumni in about 3 weeks. She's going to walk across the stage, Miss Molly Brown. Molly is a social worker in Lauderdale County Schools here in the Florence area, and she's finishing up her MSW We have Jennifer Fowler. Jennifer is what's your exact title? Director of Social Services for Lauderdale County. She has a very unique job. She works in the jails, and she goes in and does substance abuse assessments, and is really working to find people treatment as opposed to punishment. Is that accurate? Okay. It's something neat we're doing here in Lauderdale County. I'm really proud of. And Miss Brayley Taylor is working with the the treatment courts here in Lauderdale County and has a really unique position as well. And a lot of this is coming out of an emphasis in forensic type social work. And so I've asked them to be with us today to talk to us about, I'm stealing this term from Dr. Hodges. I heard him use it Tuesday in faculty, tips and tricks. And so you're going to give us some tips and tricks about how to be successful. So I'm going to start out here with you. Share with us the one thing that has helped you the most being successful, and Molly has been extremely successful in our program. What's one thing that's really helped you? And then pass it.
I was just talking about, I'm sure y'all are familiar with weekly logs. Okay, well, and the biggest thing I actually was just talking about this, when Miss Wright sent like the examples and everything to go by, for each section of those logs, like I printed everything out and made a notebook. So I keep that notebook with me constantly. And as I'm doing my log, I refer back to it. And I've told one of my best friends is a semester behind me, and I told her to do the same thing. And that has helped me. And the reason why I'm talking about that is because I've heard so many other students complain about not getting full credit for their weekly log. And it's because they weren't filling out every section, or they weren't, using complete sentences or things of that nature. So that has really helped me. But the biggest thing is not waiting until the last minute and turning your things on time. Try to do them early. If you are questioning, if you are, going in the right direction, reach out to your professors. And that's not something I would have done as an undergrad. I have looked at this whole journey completely different than I did. I honestly didn't think that I would be here. So this has been very different for me. But that has been the biggest thing with me, is setting out, looking at what my expectations are, what they expect of me every, 8 weeks, putting everything into a planner, and then creating a schedule for myself, because I know what else I have going on in my life. I'm a mom, I work, I'm a wife, and all these different things you've got thrown at you. So you want to create your own schedule and what's worked for you, so that you're not staying up all night, trying to get these assignments in. So
Mine is a lot like what Miss Brown's was. At the beginning of every 8 weeks, as soon as the syllabus came out, I would print that out, I would look it over, I would see when all of our assignments were due, and I would go ahead and plug those into my planner immediately, so that I had kind of an overview of what the next 8 weeks would look like, and where I needed to focus my attention. I think just having that knowledge and having an idea of what I needed to do when I needed to do it was very helpful for me.
So one of the things that helped me most, like Mr. Brown was talking about earlier, is meeting people and getting to know people in your cohort. I was lucky that when I went through, I had made a good friend in my cohort, and I called her kind of my accountability partner. And so we took a lot of the same classes, and she would help me stay on track, and I would help her stay on track. We would remind each other of deadlines, kind of run ideas past each other. So having someone that I could, go to or run something by if I didn't understand an assignment, or just needed kind of some accountability and remembering when things are due.
One other thing about, and again, I've been preaching the whole time, Braylee, that they need to come to the professor, but you do need somebody that can be a partner for you, an accountability partner. One of the things that happens sometimes in the middle of the next year to 2 years, depending on how long you're here, is life is going to happen. And sometimes having that person that you're really close with, your accountability partner, is present for you when life happens and you need some emotional support. That's a huge thing as well. One other thing, I talked to you some about teaching you the advanced clinical course, and I said I teach it in partnership with somebody. Miss Fowler is the person who teaches that class with me. So you'll see one of us in that advanced practice class. Yes, you'll see both of us is what I meant to say. She keeps me corrected and grounded. So, all right. Some really good insights here. I appreciate it. What is one thing you know now, either as a almost graduate or a graduate, you wish you had known when you started the program? I did not prepare them for these questions. So we'll start down there. Let me start with Braylon this time.
Probably to do more self-care. The master's program can be a lot, but just to remember to take care of yourself, especially as you go through the coursework, and then also do an internship on top of that, and to always reach out to your professors if you need help. They'll always be there to answer any questions that you have.
I did not realize how quickly it would go by. I wish I had been able to slow down time a little bit. I don't know how else to say it. It goes by so fast. The 8 weeks, it felt like as soon as you would get, I would feel like, okay, I've got this. I understand what's going on. We'd be wrapping up. So it goes by so fast, which is both good and bad. I mean, it's bad because it's a lot to keep up with, but it is fast and you will be standing on the stage before you realize it. So
Mine is kind of funny. I was not prepared to make videos of myself. And I think I even wrote on Dr. Lee's discussion board, one of them this time, like, why does it always freeze my face in the worst spots? Like, and I'm not doing that video all over again, but something I've learned is that I can do that. I may sound real country and not as what I want to be, but I'm able to do it. And that was a big accomplishment for me, but I was not prepared for that. And as far as self-care too, and I'll say this, if you do your assignments early, guys, if life happens, you're not going to feel as stressed. This last 8 weeks, my 18-year-old herniated a disc, had to have surgery on her back at UAB. I had my laptop out, but I was caught up. And so I didn't feel any of that. And so I've laughed that my self-care right now is just when there's food in the pantry, my laundry is done, everybody's making their appointments, I'm still able to go to ball games and take care of my daughter. And that's because I was able to do those assignments and get them done early. Then I wasn't, behind. So
I love that. When I was doing my MSW, I had 3 girls I was raising, ages 3, 9, and 12. And they were very active in softball and different things. And I attended those activities. I had to be very deliberate, as Molly is sharing with us. And so I've tried to do this as a professor and I've quit doing it. I was trying to schedule due dates on assignments and stagger them. Just didn't work so what I've done is just I give you a steady date, and a lot of your assignments, your professors are going to do it that way. Let me encourage you to pick up on what Molly is saying and set your own due date, anywhere from 72 hours, and weigh out your assignments. Some of you are going to have an assignment that's just a reflection. You can knock that out in 10 minutes. Well, knock that out. Then you have some assignments that are going to take days or weeks. So plan accordingly to the weight of the assignment and give yourself some grace and some due dates so that you don't run into the potential of being late on an assignment. Be deliberate in making your own schedule. Schedule your time with your family, with your significant other, with your children. Build that into your schedule just like you do class, just like you do reading, just like you do assignments. All right. So, what was the most difficult type of assignment you had, and how did you improve and grow and how you approach those assignments? I'm going to start out with Ms. Fowler.
Well,
Uh, I am gonna say that one of the most difficult ones for me were the video assignments. I would become incredibly anxious over those. For me, writing is an area that I'm relatively strong in. So that wasn't terrible. And I can do that at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. Videos, I had to look presentable. I had to not stumble over my words. And I would just drive myself absolutely batty trying to not look like a 4-year-old on the video, which would just make it worse. And it was kind of, but those are really hard for me. And and I try to get better. I think if you get me, you'll see later on that I probably am not much better on video. I still stumble over my words and echo in the video, and yeah.
One assignment specifically that sticks out to me was a role play that I had to do with in one of Mr. Brown's classes. Like Jennifer said, I guess just speaking in front of people wasn't my strong suit at the time. I went into my MSW straight coming out of the BSW program, so I didn't have a lot of field experience outside of my internship. So speaking in front of people or doing role plays was not my strong suit, and I worried so much over doing that. But thankfully, I had a great accountability partner that helped me through it, and also Mr. Brown, and just kind of putting myself out there and doing it. I realized it wasn't really as bad as I thought it may be. So.
I guess I would say mine are the videos too. Like I felt like I was sweating in them, and like one time I had a cold, and I was like I couldn't even understand what I was saying. So I know you didn't understand what I was saying half the time. But you know, coming from those videos, two have been assignments that were partnered. One, I got to choose my partner, and I purposely chose somebody who didn't live around here because I knew it would be harder for them to find somebody. And like y'all, like we became accountability partners. We talk almost every day. We've never met. I can't wait to see her at graduation. And then the other, Dr. Lee had assigned me, and she and I talk frequently. She texts me on the way here. And so, you know, those have good outcomes, but I'm still a little stressed over the videos. So
I'm glad you said that, Molly. I talked about choosing a partner in my class. I think it's a real good idea to choose somebody you don't know. And I've had people who couldn't find, I know one time I had 3 people that couldn't find partners, and one of them lived in Ohio, one lived in North Carolina, and one lived in Hawaii. And so it was very interesting for those people to get to know each other. And again, I'm emphasizing getting to know each other. I'm going to throw this out. Do you have a question for my panel before I ask them a final question? Do anybody here have a question for them? I mean, these are the people who have walked the path you're about to walk. All right. All right. How do I want to finish this? Try not to ask what I've already asked. What's the one thing? There's 100 things probably, I hope, that you benefited from the program, but what is the one thing that's made a difference in your current role in the position you're working at now? Are you good, Molly? Can you go on somebody else? All right. Braylon, I thought that, all right, Miss Fowler, we're starting with you and don't get it.
Okay. I think the people that I met and the relationships that I built while I was in this program, both with fellow students and my professors, other professionals that I interacted with, professionals that I did my internship with, people I was working with at the time. One of my favorite parts of this program is how involved you are able to get and how just the relationships. I mean, I am able to work better with the people that I need to work with now because I have some of those relationships in place already. And I think that was really helpful. And as much as I disliked the videos, they also showed me that I could do them. And the more you practice, the easier it gets and the better it gets. And it is a great way to practice some of the tools that you're learning. And it allows you to make mistakes because it's a lot, it's not a big deal if you make a mistake in front of Professor Brown. It's a little more serious maybe if you do it in front of a client. So it gives you that just kind of that buffer zone, which is good. Are you guys ready yet? Okay.
I would just say, from the very beginning, I've always been one that says we never stop learning. And you can go and to the different trainings and conferences for your CEUs, but I think it's just been real different to be back in school, especially at 45 years old, and I guess it's given me a confidence too that I didn't know I had in me. And that has helped. And I worked at DHR for 18 and a half years prior to going to the schools. So obviously I'm working in a very different environment with these students. And so I have been able to utilize a lot of things that I've learned that I would not have had, under my belt. And I feel like that's helped me in my current position.
I'm kind of going to build off what Jennifer said. The relationships and the people you meet, that really helped me out a lot. I feel like I got great experience in my internship and I met a lot of people that helped me get to where I'm at now. In addition to that, some of the counseling classes or counseling geared classes, the clinical classes that made you do some of those skills and practice with a partner or role play in front of Mr. Brown, doing things that made me kind of get out of my comfort zone. I feel like that really helped me grow and build as a social worker.
I do think one of the benefits for practice being in an online program is social work is changing. And I'm on committees where I'm on a state committee and I have to do that. Sometimes I go in person, but I also have to do it in a Zoom call. And so I'm having to learn professionalism and to be professional and be ethical in the way that I present myself on video. And so there's some benefits to a lot of this. Dr. Hodges, I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question.
No, I wasn't prepared to do that. Excuse me. Well, I want to put you all on the spot for a minute, and I appreciate all three of you being here, and I appreciate you, Mr. Brown, for moderating this and inviting the panel. I know we're all busy, and you spending a little bit of your time with us tonight is appreciated. So there were some really good questions asked of you all about what you took from the program, what you wish you had known. But if you were to start this program again today, knowing what you know now, excuse me, allergies are always the death of me, as anyone who's had me in a class knows. What do you wish content-wise that you had had more of? What would you seek out more of on your own if you had known at that point? I'll just pass the mic down for Ms. Brown on down.
We'll pass it on to Brady. Okay. Content wise, probably some more things in clinical social work. Although I did, take some classes and did those role plays, more of that. And then also forensic social work, because that's kind of what I'm doing right now. And I feel like that would have helped me in this current role to know a little bit more about like laws and the court system and all of that.
I agree with the forensic social work piece and the clinical. I would like to have maybe spent a little bit more time in groups and getting a better idea of groups and how beneficial they can be, because they are so beneficial for our clients. So I think that.
I was thinking the same thing about groups, because that class made me a little nervous, and I probably would have, needed a little bit more time to get in the comfort zone. And, we do groups in schools, and I have to go in and teach team mental health first aid to 10th graders. And I think I announced at the school social work conference that LaJoy Johnson and I didn't miss our calling as teachers to high schoolers. But I feel like probably more time in the groups, that probably would have given me more comfort and confidence, I guess.
Well, that makes me feel better. because those of you in the 2-year program, you're going to get divided up into groups the very first week out, and you're going to be asked to do some discussions together as a group. And so, one of the things about group work, it's not just facilitating a treatment or psychoeducational group. We work in groups in our agencies, and so you've got to learn to work together, and everybody doesn't always do things the same way, but I'm glad y'all said that.
So I asked that question in the panel for a reason, which is there is not enough time humanly possible in a curriculum and for all of you as students to learn everything under the sun, of course. But that's where I'm going back to something I said earlier, which is take charge of your education. What you get out of it's what you put into it. If you are intrigued by something or you think I want more content on this, ask your advisor or a faculty member. We have a lot of experience. We have readings, we have videos we can recommend. But the other reason I asked this, and I appreciate the panel so much, is I remember vividly at the end of my MSW having conversations with my classmates and friends about how anxious we were about going out into the work world. Because we all felt, I think to a person, we all said, we're not ready. It was a good MSW program. I feel like we had a good education where I went to school, but we thought, we're not ready. They've given us all this information. We had our 2 internships in my case. I was a 2-year student because I didn't come from social work. But then one of our professors, we were talking to her and she was real approachable and just an awesome professor. And we started saying that we're so terrified. And she said, you realize it's not a cookbook. But there's no cookbook to go out there and teach you. So when client A presents with issue B, you should do C. And here's how you should do C. The world doesn't work that way. And for her to say, you've been given the skills that you need, but you learn on the job, you learn in your agency, and you learn from your colleagues. The people I got out into practice with taught me so much post-MSW. I felt that way pre-MSW as well. But I just want to let you know that while we expect you to absorb the curriculum, apply the curriculum, as I said earlier, synthesize, analyze, when you leave the program, continue to be a learner. We all are learners. I think if we're not constantly learning, even as faculty, as alumni, then we're not behaving in an ethical, responsible way as social workers. And as one of my favorite musicians of all time once said, he not busy being born is busy dying. That's Bob Dylan, by the way, from back in the day. But just that idea that if we're not continually learning and growing, then we stagnate. And then you learn about that in theories of psychosocial development, of course, but don't feel like you are going to be turned out as the super social worker who's ready for everything. There's no cookbook, I promise you. All right, yes.
Well, I was terrified. I mean, if we're just being honest, I was scared to death. I think I had quit a few times before we even started. And then I was talking my best friend out of the same thing. You know, she was, before they had started, she was like, I can't do this. Have you, I mean, you're telling me all this. And I'm like, it's manageable. But it has been so different because you're talking about, I mean, I graduated at 23 and I went back 23 years later. And so it has been very different. And my dad even asked me, you know, what has been so different this time? Because I mean, my grades are very different this time around and for the better.
And I was like, well, Dad, I'm not at the frat houses. I'm paying for it myself. You know, it's very different, but I'm also someone who's taken it very seriously this time around. And so I have really enjoyed this. Was telling just my regular physician the other day, like he said, you're going to go into shock in January. I was like, I'm going to be bored. Like, what am I going to do? He was like, rest. But I have not regretted a second of it. And I'm like, Miss Fowler, I think it's just flown by. You know, like, how am I already here? I think I said that a while ago. Just don't blink at it. But I have really enjoyed it. And I think every beginning of the 8 weeks, I would get a little bit anxious. But once I saw that syllabus, I was like, oh, I'm okay. I'm okay now. Now I know what's expected of me. I'm good. So.
I was just going to add, there's so much value in both paths. So I really want everyone to be aware of that. There's a lot of value in going straight from your BSW into your MSW. You are in that mindset of schooling, you know how to take tests, you know how to study, you have possibly less responsibilities on your plate if you don't have a full-time job yet or families and kids. But there is so much value in having that life and that career experience before going into your MSW as well. Don't think that because you've been out of school for a long period of time that you're coming in at a disadvantage, because that is not true. That is not true. You have got so much career experience that you're going to bring to the table, and that is going to benefit both you, but also those that are in your cohort and in your class with you. So everyone, should have confidence going into this program because there are benefits either way.
My dissertation, and until almost 20 years after being out of the MSW, because I thought that's it, I'm done. And then other folks kept saying, doctor, doctor, doctor. And I was scared to death. And I thought, how am I going to do this with 3 kids, husband, and work full time? I mean, this is a young people's game. This isn't my game. But I'll tell you, it's not. And I used to tell my mother to go back, and then here I was, going back. It is doable. It is doable. You just have to make the plan and do it and use your resources, which we're going to talk about in a second. But as intimidated, and I thought, I can't write. I can't hardly talk. How can I gonna write perfect? And then I was like, you know what? I am a good writer, and it helps to build your confidence, and it will just set in one day. I can do hard things, just like we tell our clients. I can do hard things.
All right, Mr. Brown. Oh. So I graduated in 2019 and decided to come back. Hearing that just gave me much confidence. Good.
Before I signed our groups, she wanted us to find one interesting fact about somebody in our group. And one of the girls, I was like, what year were you born? And I'm not being insulting, but we realized she was born 2 months before I walked here the first time. So that was our interesting fact. But I learned from her, just like she tells me that she learned from me. I learned from her just as much. And, we talked too. So that was just, it's never too late.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was terrified of starting her MSW journey. She wanted to walk out and quit, and we're like, no, you've got this, because a lot of us have actually worked with her in a professional sense as well. She is a star student, as they all 3 were. That's why they're here tonight talking to you. So, give yourself a little grace. You guys are going to do, you're going to do amazing. You are, I mean, just the fact that you took this leap and that you're here, you know, every one of you can do this. You can accomplish this. And again, Miss Brown was terrified, and she has emerged as just one of our star students. Yes, if you have questions about the weekly log, she is your person to talk to. So she does excellent.
All right, Miss Taylor, Miss Fowler, Miss Brown, I really appreciate all of you being here and giving those words of wisdom. And I think from what I'm seeing in the chat, words of comfort as well to folks who are understandably nervous coming into this. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for organizing this. Can we give all of our panelists a hand? All right, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lee to talk to us about resources. You want me to share?
Yeah. So we're going to go to the website for UNA, and we're going to share it, and then we're just going to look around there. There are formal resources, and then there are informal resources. As Dr. Hodges is pulling that up, some informal resources are you and each other. If you already graduated from here with the BSW, you better get to know somebody else outside of your little group. Yeah, I'm talking to y'all. You're over here flat like an island to yourself. Don't be. It's not gonna work. Okay. My accountability person reached out to me when I was in my doctorate program. I was so excited because I knew nobody. My program was at the Maryville University in St. Louis. Can somebody tell me online that you can see the screen?
Are you seeing the North Alabama homepage?
Somebody has to unmute and say yes.
Yes.
Should I go back?
Yes.
Yes, no, somebody tell me yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Awesome. Okay. So, my first person reached out to me from Georgia, and the reason she did was because we were both in the South, and she was like, "Hey, we're Southern," and I was like, "Heck yeah, we are." So I was so excited, and we still stay in contact. Then I found my other three people, and we are from 60 something years old all the way through, I think our youngest is 32. And so she was in her early, mid, late 20s, and she called us the Fierce Four. So we're the Fierce Four. Even today, we still text, we keep up. And the reason being is because you're going through life with these folks. And you may think, well, it's only a year, it's only 2 years. It is immersive into your life. So allow these folks to be there with you through the journey. Resources that are available on campus. If you're here, you can utilize resources in person, but if you're online, you can utilize resources as well. UNA.edu. The first thing to think about is this bar at the top. It says quick links, visit, Canvas, portal, and library. You've heard about Canvas, right? Anybody go, I have no idea what Canvas is. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Back in the day, we had a bag of videos with distance learning. Do you remember that? Yes, we had a bag of videos. Then it moved to Angel,
right, what
then
did
it
you
was
get?
called Blackboard, okay? Because we didn't have. Now what we have is Canvas. So what Dr. Hodges is talking about, when you click Canvas, it's going to ask you to sign in. And when you sign in, it's going to be your UNA, and then you'll have a password. If you have any trouble with this, the good news is there's a quick links. There's always a quick links. IT help desk. You can go there or you can type here about Canvas and it will walk you through the process. That is where that MSW orientation page is going to be. That is where that your course information will be. Everything will be there in Canvas. Note to self, you can't break it. You can't hurt it. If you could, I'd have already done it. Oh, wait, I did, and Dr. Coleman Reed fixed it. See, there you go. You can't break it. The other resources on campus are also available here. You'll see student resources. The Success Center is available to students, again, in person and online. Who feels like the best writer in the entire world? Exactly. Even if you need help creating an idea, if you need help structuring, if you need help with APA, what is APA? What is that? It's writing, okay? So if you're thinking, oh, it's been so long, good news, it's all right here. You can actually schedule an appointment. You can do it in person or online. Did you hear that? Or online. You can submit your document. They'll look at it and give you some feedback. Okay, so these are here and available to you. Good news, you don't have to have math. Woohoo! Right? Okay. So these things again are available. Center for Writing Excellence. Writing resources. If it's been a minute and you're wondering to yourself, how do I cite something? What do I do with this whole APA thing? What is that whole APA thing? Here are the PowerPoints. They're available. How to reference things. It will walk you straight through it, okay? If you need help from your faculty, contact them, reach out to them. But if they say, hey, you might want to consider utilizing the Writing Center. This is the Writing Center. It is through the Success Center. So again, quick links, Success Center. Now, if you are needing assistance looking up information, research, we're going to ask you to go look at some things, get some journal articles, research a certain type of theory or behavior. We have a library who is available to us, a librarian. Her name is Jennifer Maddox. Okay, Jennifer Maddox. So let's say you want to meet with her. Again, you can meet with her in person, but you can also do an appointment with her, and she will walk you through how to utilize the databases and the guidelines and the journals. Okay, so her name is Jennifer Maddox, Maddox. A lot of your faculty, you may say, who's that library lady? We're going to tell you, Jennifer Maddox, okay? Lots of resources available there. Let's talk about your mental health and other resources for safety. If you haven't already, I encourage you to get your UNA ID. Please do if you're going to be on campus. Also, if you need to check out the library or anything like that, you can use your main card. It's called a main card, Lions, you know, names. And it's going to have your L number on it, and it's going to allow you to access things. I also have found that you can get a discount at some places. Just saying, show them your card to Zeki's. Okay. So make sure that you get that. You also have resources like the counseling services. Now, these are limited to those who are within the state of Alabama because we are in Alabama and their license is in Alabama. However, if you are in another state, they may be able to refer you to someplace else or provide you with resources that could be available within your state or online, okay? So this is, if you're thinking, well, why is this available? You paid a student fee. Everybody pays a student fee. This is covered in that student fee. Something else that is covered is the health services. Technically, it's not on campus. It is straight down from campus, located in this building off of Seminary. Thank you. These are the staff. There's actual nurses. There's actual mental health. There's people here that if you're feeling sick, go see them. Why? Because they have the medicine there. It could be a whole lot cheaper than going to pay to be seen, do the copay, and then go pay the medicine. If you're feeling like I have flu, I have a cold, I have urinary tract, I have all of these things going on, these are, again, are paid for through the resources. Fast Pace is a mental health resource for you as well. So these are things that you paid for, okay, through the services. The other a potential resource, if you have a diagnosed disability, then you really need to disclose that here at Disability Support Services. They're located in this building downstairs. If you're online and you think, well, I'll never be in that office, they do appointments online. So if you're here, great. But if you're not, again, they can meet with you. If you have a diagnosed disability, no one knows it unless you disclose it. Okay? If you had accommodations in undergrad, nobody has told us that, nobody has shared it. You, as the professional student, have to disclose that information and request accommodations. Then this department works to determine what accommodations are most appropriate for you, for your diagnosis, and for the program. Okay? So if you do have a diagnosis, we're not saying, you can't do this. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we don't know that you have a diagnosis. It's your responsibility to seek that appropriate accommodation. That office then notifies your faculty. They do not share your diagnosis with us or any faculty. They only tell us what accommodation you need. Okay? This is confidential information that they will have and be able to tell to us. Okay, some other resources that will be available to you. Career services is something that will be available to you as a student and also when you graduate. This is here to help you with resume, cover letters, any of the processes of a job, interviewing, anything of that nature. This center is available to you again as an active student and even after graduation. The library is even available to you after graduation. Please remember that these resources are here. Remember that your faculty is available to you. And if it's not on the website or you're having difficulty finding it, just contact your professor, okay? One more quick thing. These are your formal resources. If somebody like from your informal resources, earlier we were talking about self-care and getting those supports from outside. Does anybody have a support system that may ask or even asked when you were in grad school, how can I help you? And you were like, I don't know what you can do. This was my favorite answer to my mother. Cook a meal. Something I can pull out of the freezer, put into the refrigerator, or put it in the oven and it's ready to go. And she was like, really? And I'm like, yes. Allow people who want to help you through this journey to be a part of the journey. My daughter was 7. Mama, what can I do to help you? Baby, put those things in alphabetical order. I printed out research articles, even if it wasn't right. I didn't care. She had put them in a good order. My son was 17. Mom, what can I do? Bring me a Polar Pop. Y'all know what a big Polar Pop is from like Circle K? Diet Coke, man. My husband would say, what can I do? Bring me a sandwich. Okay, so allow these people, if you're thinking, well, I don't know how you can help, just those small little things. Do you mind to go get the milk? Do you mind to go do a grocery run? Do you mind to go pick this up? Let them be a part of your journey because it not only blesses you, but it blesses them as well. Okay, and they want to feel part of this because they're excited for you. Do you have any questions about resources? Okay, so don't be floundering out there by yourself. When all else fails, talk to your faculty, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Lee. There are so many resources available. Okay, I'm going to share again for just a minute. Before I turn it over to our field directors, I wanted to show you one other resource that you'll find yourself using a lot. And I'm going to put down the mic, and I'm sure those of you online appreciate that. Long. Okay, so the Department of Social Work homepage, which if you're on una.edu, just put in social work like I just did. But if you click MSW degree up here, down along the side, I just want to draw your attention to a couple important areas. One is handbooks and manuals. When you click that, you'll see your MSW student handbook with your policies, procedures, all those sorts of things, and your MSW field internship manual. So those are always housed here. And then there are certainly other resources, what textbooks are going to be required, for example, and so on. But the other resource, and I know you all are probably more internet savvy than I am, but when you go to the homepage right here and you have a link for the BSW, MSW, and then the link for faculty and staff with this beautiful picture of us, of most of us. Oh, you haven't, you should all look at it. We just had our picture remade and a couple of folks weren't able to be there that day. So, but the reason I'm showing you this, in addition to our lovely photo, is if you go down to the listing of faculty and you need to email your professor about something, all of our offices, our phone numbers, our email addresses, our areas of interest are right there. So one-stop shopping for all your faculty and staff needs. And I mentioned earlier Mrs. Thompson. If you haven't met her, this is her contact info. Again, she's a good resource if you're thinking, wait, where do I go on campus? Who do I contact on campus about my transcript, for example? Mrs. Thompson is the go-to. So just want you to be aware that is all there, and apparently that popped up a new tab. All right, so I am now going to stop sharing. Oh, we're rocking it as a faculty. Oh, I love Kayla's comment. Thank you. That's very resourceful, which I assume was in relation to Dr. Lee's presentation. That's a good pun. I like that. My self-care, by the way, consists of one thing: dad jokes. I am a dad, and my kids hate them, so. All right, I'm going to turn it over to our field directors, Mrs. Kimberly Wright and Ms. Trenda Owens. And this is the final session today. I'm going to hit share on the slides, but the other thing I want to make sure, and I'm saying this to Ms. Owens and Ms. Wright, is there was feedback in the chat that earlier with the slides, that they weren't advancing. So I want to make sure when we get these slides up and running that the folks online can see them advance. But that's assuming I can. Here we go. All right. Okay, someone online, you're going to need to unmute and tell me right now, can you see the Department of Social Work MSW Orientation?
Yes.
Board?
Yes.
First off.
See it, yes.
Someone online, tell me if you can see what I'm sharing verbally.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Oh, well, they should have, hold on. That's the interesting point. But they should have mics on there. I can't hear you guys. You're right. I can't hear you guys. Okay, so you can hear us. But I want to make sure that the slides advance for y'all. I don't know why I'm not hearing. You see it? Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to the slides. Okay, put in the chat if you can now see the slide that says field education roles and has various faculty. Then I'm going to go back to the chat here.
We can actually.
I know
see the
we've had some
whole
issues tonight, and I do apologize.
We can see
Okay,
the
Kevin said
entire
yes.
slide.
Awesome. Okay, well then I will get the slides back up and turn it over to you two.
All right. Well, y'all don't have any questions about field, do you? None at all, right? All right. Well, we're going to cover the field portion of your orientation now, which I know is an area that causes a lot of students a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. And typically students do have a lot of questions about this area. So as we introduced ourselves earlier, I'm Ms. Wright, and I'm the director of the Advanced Standing Program for the field internship, director for the Advanced Standing Program.
And I am Trenda Owens, the field director for the 2-year program.
So I know we have students in both of those programs with us. So just be sure as you're listening to what we present this evening that you are listening, because we will definitely state if this pertains only to those of you in the advanced standing program or only to those of you in the 2-year program, because there will be some differences. So just be sure to pay close attention to that as we advance through these slides. Also, we're going to allow some time at the end for questions. So definitely jot down your questions as we go throughout. Hopefully we'll be able to answer a lot of the questions that you have as we progress through these slides, but definitely we will have time at the end to answer questions as well. Okay, I will start off. So just the field education roles, just to be aware of, again, we are the directors of the field education program, but there are many individuals who teach within the field education program. So you may have myself or Miss Owens as one of your field instructors, or you may not. It may be a team of 12 other individuals who teach within the field education program. So their names are listed here below. So you might have any of these individuals as you advance through the program. For those of you who are 1-year advanced standing program, you are going to go through 4 different field courses. But if you're in the 2-year program, you're going to end up going through 8 different field courses. So that means there's lots of opportunities to work with different field instructors as you progress through the program. But just keep in mind that while someone might be taking my field course and someone might have Miss Killen for the field course, the content's going to be the same, right? So you're going to get the same content, just a different instructor.
So I'm going to talk about the levels of internship with the MSW 2-year program. Who's in here with the 2-year program? Show your hands. Okay, when I say 2, you say year. 2. Okay, we're going to get a little crunky here since it's the last session. All right. I'm trying to shake off the coldness. All right, so field was concurrent with coursework for the entirety of the program. So you'll never take just a field class or work in field, do your internship alone. You're always taking it along with your coursework. Students in the 2-year MSW program do not, so listen good at this part, do not enter a field agency during the first semester. So your first semester, you'll be taking the first 8 weeks, you'll take a field seminar course called 530. And then the second 8 weeks, you'll take 531. That's a field seminar course that you will get hours for as if you're in the field because you're preparing to go in field. But you do not start your field internship that first semester. Students will complete their first 2 courses, which as I said, 530 and 531, through online learning activities. So in those courses, you'll have various activities that are preparing you for your internship, because we realize that you do not have a background in social work. And so we're laying the foundation for you all in those, for field in those two courses. In-person agency placement will begin fall 2026, and the actual date is August 17th. So again, you'll start in January, but you won't do your internship. You will not start your internship until the fall of 26, which is August 17th. Students locate and secure their own field placement with approval from field faculty. So you're responsible for finding your own field placement. So as you're just kind of thinking, this is not a stressful time, because you have plenty of time, August. But while you're thinking, while you're networking, meeting various people, kind of start thinking about where you would like to do your internship. And what type of internship you would like to have. Start thinking about it. And if you meet people in the field or at a place where you would like to do your internship, start having those conversations and let them know, hey, I start my internship in August. I really would like to, you know, come aboard and be an intern there. Do you take interns? So those are the kind of things you can start doing now, just on a light scale, but keeping that date in mind. 950 hours over the course of 8 8-week sessions. So like I said, in 531, you'll be earning field hours, and 530 you earn 125 hours, and 531 you earn 125 hours, and then, or 100 hours, I'm sorry, 100 hours each 8 weeks. Then once you start your field internship, you're earning 125 hours every 8 weeks, which in total, that would be 950 hours you have earned by the time you finish. The generalist practice, again, for those who are in the 2-year, your first year, we call that the generalist practice, generalist level, because again, you're learning those foundational things. And so that consists of session 1 through 4, 530 through 533. And then after 533, you will advance to the advanced generalist practice. And at that time, after 533, it's not on here, but after 533, we want to make sure that you're ready for the advanced generalist practice. So we have what is called a FAR, and I'll discuss that later on, but it's where we're just gauging to see where you're at. If you're understanding those foundational things, such as the competencies that you'll be learning, code of ethics, the core values, and how they connect with your internship. So after you've been at your internship for about 16 weeks, we want to see if you're grasping that information. So at that time, in order to advance to the advanced generalist or to that second year, you'll do an essay and an interview. And we'll talk about how those competencies, core values, and code of ethics connect with your internship. And so at the advanced generalist level, it starts at SW 630, and it continues until you graduate. And that's where we'll get to, you'll graduate at an advanced generalist level social worker. And as you can see on the screen, those hours. Students are expected to earn a minimum of 16 hours a week. I can't see the rest behind that, but it's 16. Oh, okay. 16 hours per week. That's a minimum. Students may not finish the 8-week session early. So what that's saying is each week, with the 2-year program, each week you're required to do a minimum of 16 hours a week. And that can be, you can decide, as well as your agency, decide how you want to do those 16 hours. You can do 2 8-hour days. You can do 4 4-hour days. It just depends on what your agency will allow and how your schedule, because again, we know most of you all work various jobs. So it doesn't matter to us as long as you get those 16 hours in. Now, as it goes on to state, students may not finish the 8-week session early. You may say, well, I just want to knock these out. I don't work or I have a little break. I'm just going to knock out all my hours. I'm going to work 32 hours or 40 hours. That's not how it works. Because again, you're doing coursework along with you're doing field along with your coursework. Now, there may be instances, say for instance, you have a vacation already scheduled planned with your family. We want you to be able to take that vacation because that's part of self-care. So if you have that schedule, maybe you do something every year. If you know you're going to be out for a week, then yes, the week before you may go ahead and work, a 32-hour week, or figure out how you can get those hours in that you're going to be missing. But just to try to hurry up, just say in 5 weeks and finish your internship so you can be in chill mode the last 3 weeks, that's not how we work it. And so just remember a minimum of 16 hours per week, and you cannot finish early. And your schedule is, again, it's flexible based on what you can do and then what your agency allows you to do.
All right, this slide pertains to our MSW Advanced Standing students. So show of hands if you are in the Advanced Standing 1-year program. All right, so quite a few of you. So listen up, folks. I was about to say, I feel like I need a catchy little tune. Let's do like a big go team, right? So ready, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Okay, that's all I got, guys. Miss Owen's the cheerleader over here. All right, so advanced standing students. A lot of things are similar, except for you guys know what an internship looks like, right? We've been there and done that. It might have been years ago, but we have done that. We have also been exposed to social work practice already in some way, whether that's in the classroom or, well, all of us in the classroom. So we are jumping in, I was going to say head first, feet first. I don't know. We're jumping in though. We're jumping in quickly, and we are starting our internship immediately when school begins. So we will get to a slide that talks about the date that you'll report to your field internship, but pretty much when the school semester starts, we're beginning our internship as well. So for you guys, you are in the program for 1 year. And so you are going to have 4 8-week sessions of field. So for you, that looks like you're going to be earning 125 hours each 8-week session. If you break that down even further, you're looking at 16 hours per week at your agency, right? So it is up to you and your agency how that looks for you. That could be that you are going 2 days per week for 8-hour days. It might be that you're going 4 days per week for 4-hour days. Whatever your schedule needs and your agency's in agreement with that, that is okay. We are flexible. Some students need after hours. Some students need weekends. So again, it is very flexible as long as you communicate that with your agency and they are okay with that schedule as well. As Ms. Owens said, the internship runs concurrent with your coursework. So again, that means that you're in your internship from the very beginning of your MSW program throughout the entire internship program until you graduate. So the purpose of that is that you are able to learn these skills, these techniques, these theories in the classroom, and you're able to go out immediately into your agency and put those things in practice. So it's proven to be very beneficial for our students. There also might be times where your courses, your instructor, your professor may give you assignments that say, go into your field internship and complete an interview, using these skills, right? So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of tying coursework to your field internship. So all MSW students complete an advanced field practicum. The educational focus in the advanced practicum is in providing students with opportunities to demonstrate the core competencies, right? So we know in social work, there are 9 core competencies. UNA is a little bit extra, so we add a 10th. So if you're not from UNA, you will learn that in your social work courses, that we have 10 social work competencies that we're working towards. So your internship is your opportunity to practice and to demonstrate mastery of all 10 of those social work competencies. As Ms. Owens said in her comments, it is up to the student to locate and secure your own field internship. So now's the time. Unfortunately, for those cohorts that start in January, I feel like we're on a time crunch, right? Our fall cohorts have all summer to figure out internship and to prepare. But you guys have less time, so there is a little bit of a time crunch, but it is up to the student to decide and to go through that process of the interview and everything on your own. Now, you are not alone in that process. We are here to support you. If you are struggling, if you need ideas, no matter if you are local or in California, we can help you with that process, narrowing down, coming up with suggestions for field placements based on what your interests are. So you're not alone in that process, but being able to secure your own placement is actually a real benefit for you, because you know best what you want your career in social work to look like, what you want your future to look like, what your interests are. So no one is telling you you have to go to this certain agency, right? So you have a lot of ability to structure your field placement to your own strengths, to your own needs, and to really work best for you with your schedule, with your interests, right? So there's a lot of benefits to that, but just keep in mind that your field faculty are here to support you in that process. And as we progress through the slides, we'll talk a little bit more about the requirements of your field placement. The upcoming due dates, there's some paperwork that you guys will need to complete, both for the advanced standing program and as a 2-year student. Those due dates obviously look very different. Oh, well, you want to come and make sure. All right, sorry to those online. I appreciate you communicating that. I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, we've never really had.
Slide is not changing.
I like the Go Team online.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to all of you online. One thing I will say is just right, Miss Owen.
Yeah.
Email these slides out to everyone.
Is it? Where will you share?
Stop sharing and then let's see if we can.
So it should be this. Is it not that happening?
Try this again.
For those of you in online, hopefully now you can see the upcoming due dates.
So do you all online see the slide that says upcoming due date?
Yeah, we can.
I don't know what, okay, you see upcoming due date.
Okay.
That's good.
We have some tech savvy people in the program. I like it. Yeah, and as Dr. Hodges said, for those of you both in the room and online, we will be sharing these slides. as well as sending out some additional information about these forms that we're about to talk about. So you will get an email with all of these slides. So don't be too nervous if you're online. You will get access to these.
And to Anna's comment, yes, we will email the PowerPoints out to you. You know what I think might be better though? Okay, right now we're on the upcoming due date slide. For those of you online, I'm going to switch to the next slide outside of the presentation mode. Tell me if you now see criteria for selecting field settings. Tell me in the chat. You see the slide that says criteria for selecting field settings. Okay, thank you to those of you that just responded. Let's not go.
So just do it that way.
Just click.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to give this another go. Yeah, thank you. So the next slide is about upcoming due dates, and the forms that you see referenced here are all forms that we will email to you. And these are the due dates for those forms. The first is going to be Sonia for proof of purchase. And again, we have a slide that's going to go a little bit more into detail about that, but that is a field management software that students will purchase. You do not purchase a book for field, but you do purchase this program, and it is a annual purchase. So if you're a 2-year student, you may need to purchase this twice, but if you're a 1-year student, luckily you most likely will only have to purchase this program one time. The next is an MSW confirmation of field placement. So again, you will receive an email with this form, but this is a form that you'll complete once you go to your proposed agency and complete an interview, and that agency accepts you as a field student. This is a form that you will complete and submit. And just so that you know, you will select your agency on your own. You will do your interview, but that approval has to come from the field office. And again, we'll go through what the requirements of your placement are. The next form is the employer-based field placement proposal. Now this you'll see says if applicable. If you are already employed in the field of social work, you're already working as a social worker, you do have the option to potentially complete your field internship at your place of employment and to use those hours to count towards your internship. If that is you and you want to explore that option, there is an additional form to complete, and that is going to be included in the email. Again, we'll go into that a little bit further in a few moments. There is liability insurance that you will need to purchase as a student. Again, we'll go into that. And then there are 2 forms to complete as students, one being the acknowledgement of risk in field, the other being a confidentiality form. And again, those will be emailed to you as well. Now, you will notice as an advanced standing student, your due date is December 19th. So that gives you a little over a month to get these forms completed to hopefully secure your placement. If you need an extension, we can definitely discuss that on a student by student basis. But hopefully the majority of you can get your placements secured by that time. And then of course, for the 2-year students, the due date is August 3rd because you're not quite in as much of a crunch to secure your placement.
Criteria for selecting field settings. Identification and selection of a field practicum site is the responsibility of a student. Once the intern has been secured, the student will submit required paperwork. Your field setting must have a social service program with standards and philosophies acceptable to the community, the profession, and the Department of Social Work at the University of North Alabama. So if you want to know what those standards are, if you see down here, Dr. Hodges showed you one way to get to our manual, our MSW field manual, and our MSW handbook, but also listed down here, these are 2 of the most important books you can use in field. Please get familiar and comfortable with these books or manuals. But if you want to know the specific criteria, they're in this MSW field manual. The field setting should provide the opportunity for students to engage in generalist and advanced practice experiences with individuals, groups, organizations, communities reflective of the region's unique social and cultural environment. Basically, it's just saying that wherever you're doing your internship, that you're getting a full experience for 2-year students, that you're getting the experience of a generalist level practitioner, and then once you become an advanced generalist, that you bump up, meaning you may have did some shadowing or sat in on some group sessions. You didn't facilitate, but the agency lets you sit in, shadow, learn how to do them. Now, once you advance to the advanced generalist level, may have you facilitating groups. They may have you filling out maybe treatment plans or assessments. But while you're at the juniors level, they're probably going to be over your shoulder. They're trying to train you and make sure you understand what all is needed when it comes to direct practice or working with individuals, families, groups, so forth, so on. The administrator and staff of the agency should be cognizant and understanding of social work education and in agreement with the department's mission and goals. So the main thing, as social workers in general, we all follow the code of ethics, which basically is our Bible in the social work world. And so whatever agency you work for, we all when it comes to ethics, are following this code of ethics. And so they're going to be, that's the point in having a MSW level person or above supervising you, because they know what to look for. The agency must be willing to commit a competent staff person as field setting supervisor who will guide the students' field instruction, internship placement, and experience. So let me explain this. You may go out and you say you want to do an internship at Jones Elementary School. That's great. But the first thing for me, I would ask, is there someone who can supervise me that has an MSW post 2 years of experience or more? Because if not, don't waste your time. Now, there's some things that can be worked out, but that's one of the most important things, that someone, and it may be someone there. You may say, well, I know they have 3, 4, 5 social workers there. But they may be overworked. They may have a large caseload and cannot commit. This person has to commit an hour a week to you, to supervise you. Now, it doesn't have to be in person. It can be, virtual. It can be a telephone call. But they have to be willing to give you that hour commitment. And here it is, must possess a minimum of 2 years postgraduate work experience. So no, they cannot have just graduated last semester. So know this, and this again is in your field manual, and get familiar with that. And they're committing again an hour per week. Let me keep on. Can I complete my field placement at my current place of employment? Well, we heard pretty much this, and the answer is yes. Of course, you have to get your agency's permission. So, you know that you work at a social service agency, maybe you're working as a social worker or, as a case worker, if you're a 2-year, but they have to agree to it. That agency, just because we said you could, the agency is the one that's going to be supervising you. So they have to agree to it. And again, it's probably because of them having somebody that's willing to commit to give you that hour. Mm-hmm.
So you are wanting to do your internship If you're wanting to do your internship at an agency who maybe hasn't had interns within the last couple of years, it may take some educating on your part, but we can also help with that. And when I say that this is a new policy, CSWE, which is the Council on Social Work Education, used to not allow this. They used to not allow you to do your internship at your place of employment. But what we found is during COVID, they loosened a lot of their policies because students were having a really difficult time finding and securing placements, right? So they said, okay, well, during COVID, we're going to allow this. We're going to allow students to do their internship at their place of employment. And what they found is that students had a lot of success with this. Students were still able to have a really good learning experience. So I know we can't totally say we're past COVID, right? Because COVID is still here, but I guess we're past like the crisis, right? And so CSWE decided that they would continue to allow this. So when I say it may take educating on your part, if you're at an agency who sometimes they're not aware of this policy and they hear this and they immediately think, no, you can't do that, right? So it's taken a little communication in the past. So just kind of keep that in mind, that especially someone who maybe graduated with their social work degree 20 years ago, they might be like, well, I wasn't able to do that, you know. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Exactly. The agency and field supervisor must approve your placement. So this is something Ms. Wright said earlier, but I just want to reiterate that. Please be sure when you locate, the place where you desire to do your internship. I just a little bit to go with what you're already doing. I would say reach out with an email and say, hey, Ms. Owens, I found this place. I did find out that they do have an MSW willing to supervise me. What do you think about it? If I've had students send me a link to the website of an agency or to the hospital or to a school. And so what I do is look it over rather than them invest a whole lot of time, like interviewing, then only to find out there's not an MSW there that can I would say, so that you don't waste time, is just briefly reach out and say, hey, Ms. Owens, I found this place. What do you think about it? And they do have the MSW there. And then, especially if I have a link to a website, I'll look over it to see if they're going to get a full experience. And then I shoot them, yeah, go for it. And then the next thing they do is get all their paperwork filled out. And as soon as they get their paperwork filled out, they shoot it back to me. The quicker you get your paperwork to me, the quicker I can go ahead and approve it or not approve it. But we don't want to waste, I don't want you wasting your time, on a place that is not going to line up with the qualifications that we asked for.
So as Owens just said, if you get your paperwork completed early, go ahead and submit it. Go ahead and get that done. That way we can be reviewing that. You don't have to wait.
Can my placement be arranged for evening and weekend hours? This is something Ms. White touched on a little bit, but it's up to you. If you work a job, just say 8 to 4, 8 to 5, then you automatically know that you need to try to look for somewhere that has services in the evening or on weekends. But yes, as far as we're concerned, yes, you can do that. Because the important thing is you getting your hours in. And so you're probably going to have to do it that way. But I say this is the time to start Google searching, AI searching, whatever you have to do to find the various placements that may serve the population you're looking to work with in the evening or on weekends. And there are places you just have to dig. And so I will say to you too, you got plenty of time to start digging and playing around. Use keywords to try to pull up places.
All right, so we touched on this a little bit ago, but the question on this slide is, do I need student insurance? And the answer is yes, you do. And this is standard for all social work programs at all universities, but you do need it's called student liability insurance. And students are required to obtain student liability coverage that is between $1 and $3 million. So your policy covers different categories between $1 and $3 million. It also must be renewed annually. And here in a couple slides, it will actually list some different options for that insurance. So there's lots of different companies that provide this. And I will say it is not nearly as expensive as what it sounds, right? Because when you hear $1 million to $3 million in coverage, I don't know, my brain goes to like, wow, that's going to cost like thousands of dollars, right? But it is not. It's very, very reasonable. Can any of my current BSW students, do y'all remember how much that was? $15, y'all. How reasonable is that for $1 to $3 million of coverage, right? So very, very reasonable. There's lots of different policies out there, and we'll go over some of those options here in just a moment. That also must be renewed annually. If you're a current BSW student, whether it be here at UNA or you're at another university, you likely got this insurance 6 months ago, 5 months ago, so it's probably still good for another 5, 6 months. So you can look at your policy, and then you'll just have to renew it when that one expires. If you are not a current student, then you can go ahead and get this insurance, and it will be good. If you're a one-year student, it should last you the entirety of the program. If you're a two-year student, you're probably going to have to renew this for a year. I was like, why am I hearing myself? Okay, no worries. I just was wondering why there was a sudden echo. Okay, it is required that students also carry automobile insurance if you're going to be utilizing your vehicle in your internship, right? Which is typical of a lot of agencies that you do utilize your vehicle. So if that's going to be you, then you do need to have automobile insurance. A lot of your agencies are going to ask you for that. We don't ask you for any proof of that, but just be aware that your agencies might want to see proof of that if using your vehicle is part of your day-to-day activities. So again, student liability insurance, students are required to purchase and maintain it while you're in field. You are not able to begin your field placement without it. So until we have proof of it, you will not be able to begin your field internship. Here's a list that Ms. Owens put together, because in the past we used NASW, and if you're a recent graduate, you probably remember that. But NASW is currently in a little bit of a change period, and they're not currently offering liability insurance. So there is a list. Again, you don't have to write these down because you're going to get a copy of these slides. You should be able to just click on these links. They all are a bit different. The price of it's going to be different from one policy to the next. What they offer is going to be different. So it is up to you to determine which one is best for you and for you to purchase that insurance. And then there is a form that you'll fill out that will also be emailed to you where you'll put your policy number. So that's your proof of purchase of your insurance. Yeah. Yeah.
For the best value, the best one, especially that's gonna have a coverage of $1 million to $3 million. But I just at least tried to throw out some, but because I never found a 15, so I think you need to hook up with that link for the 15. But please just dig and search around.
All right, so the next slide is about Sonia, which I mentioned earlier. Sonia is a field management software that we use. So again, this is really in lieu of having to purchase a book for your course. It is much cheaper than having to purchase a book. I don't know if you guys have priced books for college courses lately, but they are not cheap. But Sonia, the software that we use, is $37, and that is for an annual membership. So pretty reasonable. So you do not have to purchase this with every field course you take. You will purchase this once a year. So again, for my Advanced standing students, likely this will just be a one-time purchase for you. If you're a 2-year student, you're probably going to have to renew this after your first year. This field management software can be purchased at the bookstore. So the UNA bookstore. You can go in person to the bookstore and purchase this, or you can purchase it online. If you recall when Dr. Lee was up here going through all of the university resources and she was clicking through those quick links, the bookstore is one of those quick links. So if you just type in una.edu and then you click on the quick links, the bookstore will pop up. You can purchase this insurance just like you purchase any books for any of your courses. So what you'll do is you'll go in to, and there's actually a link here that you can click on. You'll go into it, it will ask you to identify the semester. So you're going to pick spring 2026. Then it's going to ask you to put in your course number. Should pull up for any of your, it should pull up for social work. Do you have yours by this in 532 or 530? Okay, so if you're a 2-year student, you do not need to purchase this until you're ready to start your internship, which is going to be fall, yeah. If you're a 1-year student, you'll need to purchase this immediately. So you would put in social work 630, or if you're a 2-year student, when you're ready to purchase it, maybe social work 532, whatever your course number is, you'll put that in and it will pull up what your required text or software is. You can purchase it that way. Again, it's $37. You will get a notice when you purchase it from the bookstore. It will say something like, they'll let you know when your purchase is ready, or they'll send it to you. You're not getting anything from them. So I just want to let you guys know that up front, because that always creates a lot of confusion. That is an automated response that the bookstore sends out. So for instance, if you purchased a book online, maybe they're going to be shipping it to you, right? Or you need to pick it up at a certain time. You're not getting anything from the bookstore. You're just literally making the purchase. You will get the information that you need to log into this software from myself or Miss Owens when it's time for you to get into it. So while they may say that you're getting something, you are not getting anything from the bookstore. The next thing is fingerprints. This is not currently a requirement of the university, but this may be a requirement of your agency. If you're going into a school system, if you're going to DHR, if you're going to a hospital, this is likely going to be a requirement of those types of agencies. So we just provide this information to you as a resource if you need it. A lot of your agencies may do this for you. They may say, you know, go to this place and have your fingerprints done. But again, if you're going into a school or someplace like that, they're just going to say, we need you to get your fingerprints done and give us the results. So this is just a resource to let you know kind of how the process goes. It is up to you to ask your agency, you know, if they need fingerprints or if they need a background check or if they need anything additional from you. So make sure you're communicating that with your agency as you are interviewing for your field placement. If the fingerprints are required, you can visit this link. You can click on this link when you get these slides, and it will bring you to a resource for fingerprints. It's not just local. You can put in your zip code, and it's going to pull up different options that are close to you. You can pay online for it, schedule your appointment, and then go in and get your fingerprints done. I will say that this is the one thing that can hold up your internship. So I say that because if your agency, I've got some smiles over here because it's happened. If your agency needs fingerprints, you need to get on this immediately. This is the one thing that can take time. It is out of our control. It's out of your control. So if you know your agency is going to need you to do fingerprints, do not wait. Get on it immediately because it can take several weeks for those results to come back. The next thing is pre-placement conferences. This is for advanced standing students. We do complete a pre-placement conference before you start your field internship. That conference is between myself, you as the student, and your field supervisor at your agency. So this is a link that you can click on to get on my schedule. Those appointments will be between January 6th and January 9th. They are about 20 to 30 minutes for your appointment. When you get on the calendar and schedule your appointment, it will send you a Teams link. These are virtual conferences. You will share that Teams link with your supervisor. Okay, so that is the process for a pre-placement conference. And then when do I report to my field agency? For advanced standing students, we are going to report on January the 12th. So I believe school starts, is it the 7th or the 7th? School starts on the 7th. That's the week we're going to be doing our pre-placement conferences, right? So all your placements should be confirmed by that time. And then the 12th, which is on a Monday, that's that following Monday. So basically your second week of school. That's when you're going to report to your internship. Now, does it have to be January 12th? No, because all of your schedules are going to look different, right? So if you're only doing internship on Wednesday and Fridays, maybe you don't start until the 14th, but the week of the 12th, okay? Does that make sense? And again, as Ms. Owens said earlier, if you are entering your first year of the 2-year program, so if you're a 2-year student in here, you are not starting until August 17th. So you can breathe a little sigh of relief, take a deep breath. You will just be doing field through a series of assignments and coursework for your first semester. All right.
All right, so there's different documents and assignments that you're going to be doing throughout your time in field. You'll have a field seminar class, and so in that you'll be turning in weekly logs, and your weekly log is basically it's turned in pretty much unless an instructor changes it on Sundays after you have done a week. And basically that weekly log is just stating the various tasks that you have done that week and how you relate those tasks back to the competencies, code of ethics, values, ethical dilemmas. So that's, you fill out one a week. A student learning agreement, that's when you sit down with your agency supervisor and you come up with goals that you're going to be doing at that placement, at that agency. And so you're going to fill that form out with your supervisor, because the supervisor is the one that knows the job and what they're going to have you doing and knows the agency. So you're going to be filling that out together. Am I saying that correctly? Discussion questions, assignments, all of those are just integrated into assignments. So don't just look for weekly logs, but make sure when you go on Canvas that that instructor doesn't have other assignments outside of the weekly log. So I think I heard Molly or one of the panelists, thank you, one of the panelists say when you first get started, just get in Canvas. First, familiarize yourself with Canva. Or Canvas, no, I use Canva too much. Familiarize yourself with Canvas, but then look at your assignments for the 8 weeks. Kind of just, you know, put them in your brain, whatever, start thinking about them, look at your calendar, start figuring out how you're going to get everything done. Session evaluations. After each 8 weeks, there's an evaluation that your supervisor will fill out concerning your tasks and behaviors and how your internship is going. And so you'll sit down with your supervisor. It can be part of your supervision for that week. You'll sit down and you'll talk over, you know, how things have gone the 8 weeks. Now, hopefully, we've been talking about that each week in supervision, so it's no surprise, it's nothing shocking. Your supervisor will, of course, is evaluating you on how you relate your tasks to the competencies, code of ethics, values, skills, knowledge, so forth and so on. Your supervisor will sign off on that. These evaluations are in Sonia, the software system that we were talking about. And so once your supervisor signs off, you read over it. Whether you come in agreement, not, that's something you could talk about there in your session, but you sign off on it. And then your field instructor will sign off on it last. And then your final evaluation is what you do when you have finished the program in 633. It's the overall, how has your whole field experience been? And so it's a little bit different from the what we call mid-evaluations. And it's looking at the overall structure of your placement. Thank you, 1 second, sorry.
All right, so if you have your phone with you, you're welcome. This is for advanced studying students. The 2-year students, you'll get one next. So hold off, but if you're an advanced studying student and you happen to have your phone with you, you can go ahead and scan this QR code. If you don't have it with you, no worries. You can do it once you get these slides shared with you. But this is a group me for UNA social work field announcements for the advanced standing students. Now, this is not a place where we communicate back and forth information just because of university policy, but this is a place where I can share information with you about different field announcements, reminders about field, potential internship opportunities, different activities that we're doing on campus or that are available to you virtually. If you need to communicate back and forth, we do that through UNA email. But this is just a place where I can submit different announcements to you. If everyone's ready, I'm going to go to the next slide, and this is going to be for our 2-year students. So make sure you're joining the correct group. The one that's up right now is for our advanced standing students. This next one that is now up is for the 2-year students. Did you want to add anything? Okay, so for Ms. Owens, 2-year students, it's going to be the same thing. It's not going to be a back and forth, but it's a place where she can post announcements and information about the 2-year field program. So this is just field, so keep that in mind. This is not for the program as a whole, but these are just field announcements. So again, if you don't have your phone available or you can't seem to get it to come up right now, no worries, you'll get these slides and you can do this later. All right, looks like everybody's done. All right, so our final slide is just contact information for both myself and for Ms. Owens. So the most important takeaway today is who's your field director. There are 2 of us, so you definitely want to know who is your field director, and that's the person that you're going to be having contact with from now on because the programs are set up differently. So that is, if you only got that from today's presentation, then we're doing good, right? The rest you can go back and review later. So at this point, if everybody is done with this slide, I think we're good. We're going to stop sharing, and we're going to allow for some questions now. For those of you who are online, feel free to put your questions in the chat. For those of you who are in person, you are welcome to ask any questions you may now have now. Now, if it's about a specific placement, you may feel free to contact us later. If it's just, but if it's something the rest of us can benefit from, please ask that. Yes. That's a great question. So for those of you online, the question is, do you do internship in between sessions or in the summer? And the answer is we do not offer summer internships. So you would not go to your internship in the summer. You will follow the university calendar. That's a great question. Glad you asked that. Yeah, you follow the university calendar. So for instance, if the university is closed for Thanksgiving, for spring break, you do not have to report to your internship during that time. You do want to make sure that you are responsible for keeping up with your hours, because sometimes holidays and things can definitely take a toll on your ability to get your hours in. So it is up to you to manage your time. And, maybe you need to go more than 16 hours one week because the next week, your agency's closed the whole week for Thanksgiving, not just, a couple days. Can be the case for school systems and things like that. So yeah, really good question. Right. Another very good question. We need to include these in our slides because those are very good questions. So for me, and I can let Miss Owen say if it's different for her, but I prefer that students try to have the same placement. This is for advanced standing students because you're only in the program for 500 hours, right, for your internship. So I prefer that students stay at the same internship the entire year. That is not always possible, and that's okay if it's not. And that can be for a variety of reasons. It could be because you moved. It can be because you got a job offer and you're going somewhere else. It can be maybe this placement is just not working out for you for whatever reason, right? You can change. So I want to make that known. But as you go into your placement, I would like for you to go into it with the intention that you're going to be there for the year, just because you're only there 2 days a week, usually, depending on 16 hours per week. And if you're only there for one semester, 2 8-week sessions, it just doesn't give you enough time to really get engaged. So my preference is that you stick with the same agency, but that's just not always possible. Any different for you?
So I will say with the 2-year program, that first year, which will be the first 16 weeks, if you just feel like you want a different experience. So after your generalist, that first 16 weeks, you're in your generalist, at your generalist level. And maybe you were in a therapeutic setting and you got great experience, but you realize that you want to work in the medical field, hospital, or you found an internship. You can change. I do encourage you to try to stay where you are, but I get that you may want a different experience. I had a couple of different internships, one at the school board with the school board, and then end up changing and work here in case management. So, again, you may think you want to do clinical work, and then after 16 weeks, you decide, no, this is, I want to try something else. Now, let me say this. Maybe something goes wrong at your internship. You're not vibing with supervisors, something happens. If you leave right. Leave right. That's part of our competency number 1, ethical and professional behavior. Even I don't care how upset somebody may be, we have to learn how to communicate with our supervisors. And so if you leave, especially if you have a caseload, let me say this, think about this, you're getting ready to be a social worker. You can't just drop clients and walk away. So make sure you have that talk, but then have a conversation with your field instructor, whoever is over your field seminar class that you're in. You may have talked with your supervisor, or maybe you haven't, and you're trying to figure out how to talk to that supervisor about some issues. This is what your field liaison or field instructor is for, and we didn't talk about that enough, but I want you to know that when things are going on at your agency, things you may not understand, things you don't get, that's what your field instructor is there for. You can have these conversations with them. And maybe you talk out how to leave this placement if leaving is necessary, or maybe that field liaison can help you understand you want to leave, but maybe they can bring you clarity of what's really going on and encourage you to work through those issues. So yeah.
So I see a couple of questions in the chat. Looks like some have helped with answering, so thank you for that. But I just wanted to touch on a couple things. And one was a question about registering. And I think Dr. Hodges mentioned earlier, yes, that it is recommended that you go ahead and register for both session 1 and session 2. So for the entire semester for spring, don't just register for session 1. Go ahead now and register for session 2. And as we're talking about that for field, I highly recommend whenever possible, keep the same field instructor for at least, sometimes you can do 2 sessions in a row with the same field instructor. You're never going to be able to get all 4. I think that's going to be very rare that you can do that. But when possible, try to keep the same field instructor. Sometimes you're going to have to change, but that's going to help you because they're going to get to know you. You're going to get to know them. And so just whenever possible, try to do that. It's not always going to be possible. I'm kind of looking through these questions and comments online. Yes.
Let's look for over to another section of the same class.
Yeah, that's a great question. Great point. Of field or of a different class? I know there's been a couple glitches within the system having to do with like the number of hours you register for. Yeah. Yeah, and so just keep that in mind. Always like don't just kind of flounder out there on your own. If you have a question, if you're struggling with if it's just registration or something like that, you have an advisor. I don't think we really covered that today, but everyone has an advisor. I must have fallen asleep. Sorry. But you do have an advisor. So when it comes to registering for classes, that is your point of contact. When it comes to a field question, myself and Miss Owens are your point of contact. So keep that in mind. Don't flounder on your own. If you're having trouble, definitely reach out to someone. That's what we're here for. Then I see a question about, does the field supervisor need to be licensed or just have an MSW? Great question, Sarah. They do not have to be licensed per CSWE. They just have to be an MSW graduate 2 years postgraduate practice, right? So a license, I mean, obviously that is awesome, but it is not required. And then, yeah. That's actually, yeah, that is very smart. I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, I would recommend waiting. I think your graduation date is what, December, the 1st of December. It's like in there. It's like that first week of December. So you may wait until closer to the deadline to the 1st of December to purchase your Sonia, because you're right. You don't want it to expire before that year. And that's actually the same for your insurance. So same boat for your insurance. You may want to wait, you know, just so you make sure it extends for that full year, right? So that's a great point.
Remember, you got 2 years to go. So like you don't start until August in Seal, wait until like August 1st and purchase the insurance. And so you don't have to purchase it now. We don't need to pay anything.
And I see Jalissa has a really great question. I think that probably a lot of other people are thinking as well. And that is, when they say social work position, does that mean it has to be part of my job title? And then she goes on to say her job is willing to supervise her, but they are considered a human service agency. It's a nonprofit organization. So there's a lot of things we do in the field of social work where our job title might be social worker, right? There's a lot of different things, and that's okay. That is okay. So yes, Jalissa, that is likely fine for you. And for others, your position doesn't have to be titled social worker, but you need to be doing social work roles and responsibilities, right? So you need to be able to relate that back to the social work competencies. Again, if you're a 2-year student, that word might not mean a lot to you yet, but it will. So it doesn't have to be your job title as a social worker, but you do have to be doing social work type roles and responsibilities. Yeah. Mhm. Do you need to go somewhere else to get your 16, or are you going to be able to get that at your agency? I think that we probably, are you a 1-year student? 2. So I would recommend maybe talking to Ms. Owens about that between the 2 of you, because that sounds like maybe one that would require some conversation. I know for me, I prefer students not to split their hours between agencies because, again, you're not getting a full, good experience. But I was going to say, yeah, right. Mhm. Yeah. Okay, so another student, Candace, asked if there's a list of agency schools that we have approved in the past. And yes, we do have a placement database. I know I send that out when I send out the PowerPoint and the forms that you need. It is simply just a suggestion. It is simply just a list of placements that we have worked with over the last probably 5 to 6 years. It is not an all-inclusive list. You do not have to use an agency that's on that list. It is just something that gives you ideas of agencies that you can reach out to. We have students all across the U.S., so you may be in a state or a city we've never worked with before. That's okay. Like, we can work with them. They just may not be on our list yet, so we'll be adding them to our list. So again, that list is simply just like suggestions, and it may even just get you thinking like, oh, here in Mississippi, someone worked with this type of agency. Maybe I can find that in California, So again, do not think you have to use an agency on that list. But I know I do email that out when I send out the email to you guys with this PowerPoint slide.
Ms. Wright was saying, important thing was fingerprints that take a while. Another thing that takes a while, if you know you want to go maybe into a hospital setting, or I don't know, sometimes we just find out when we find out. But some hospitals require a contract, an agreement. And that takes a while. If they have an agreement or a contract that they want us to sign, we have to send it to our attorneys here. They may be on vacation. I'm just throwing something out. They may not be here. Exactly. Those things you have to start working on early, or you're going to be behind, or it's going to be so behind you're not going to be able to do it, because it's a process. And not only does the attorney, it gets sent to us, we have to send it to attorney, she sends it back to us, then we have to send it to 2 other people that have to, it goes through a lot of hands, which means it could take 2, 3 or weeks or longer. And then we have to negotiate. It may not read the way it needs to read. And so there's some changes that need to be made. So if you're thinking about an agency, again, I think Ms. Wright has said it several times throughout, please ask what they need immediately. So if you find out they need a contract, let's jump on it as soon as possible so that we can get it filled out, hopefully by the time your internship starts.
Yeah, and I've had students to reach out before and say, oh, well, I can't do a placement here because they said they don't have a contract with you. Don't let that stop you from using an agency. Again, you just need to reach out to us. Just because one's not in place doesn't mean we can't get one in place. So keep that in mind. I see another comment from a student about needing student insurance when we start field. And yes, that is correct. You have to have your student liability insurance in place. And make sure when you're filling that out, if you're already a social worker practicing in the community, do not fill that out as a professional social worker. It will charge you considerably more for your insurance. You are filling it out as a student. You are getting your insurance as a student. It doesn't matter if you've been at your agency and you've been working for 20 years. Like, fill it out as a student. I promise it will charge you quadruple the amount, if not more, if you're doing it as a professional. So keep that in mind. Who are we reaching out to about placement questions? Hopefully you got that answer already. You're reaching out to your field director, which is myself, Miss Wright as a one-year student, or Miss Owens as a two-year student. And then a question from Miss Wilkins. Are we able to use someone who doesn't have an MSW but has 2+ years in the social work field? No, you are not. And that, again, is not a university policy, but is a policy of CSWE, which is Council on Social Work Education. So that is for any accredited program. You have to have an MSW supervisor who has 2 years experience. Now, with that being said, some of you will go to agencies and maybe there's not an MSW in the office, but maybe they contract with an MSW who comes in once a week or works at another office or something along those lines, right? Let's just say a school, for instance. Maybe you're in a school alone and there's not a social worker at that school, but within the same school system, there's a social worker a couple schools over who's willing to do your supervision. We can work things like that out. You may have what we refer to as a task supervisor at your agency, which is the person who gives you things to do every day, who you report to every day, but maybe they don't have an MSW. But then you have your MSW supervisor who meets with you weekly for supervision, who signs off on your paperwork. So don't automatically, if you have a situation that you feel like can be a really good thing, reach out to us. Like, let's talk about it before you automatically just rule it out. There are sometimes things that we can do. Okay, any other questions? I think I've made it through all the questions online. Any questions from anyone in the room? Yes. Except for myself, because I know our advanced standing students are on a crunch. Those will go out tomorrow. Oh, sorry. She asked when the PowerPoint will be sent out, but when will the PowerPoint be sent out? I'm not sure your timeline, but yeah, y'all got time. Y'all got a little time. Good question. Anything else? Do we feel a little less anxious, or how are we feeling now? Good. Good. All right. Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Hodges to wrap us up.
Thank you to both of you for your explanation of field. I want to say thank you to everyone online and apologies for the technical difficulties. And thank you to everyone in the room who froze to death. I sent a text and they weren't able to get it turned up. The only other thing I want to say to everyone is make sure you've set up your UNA portal email if you haven't already. That's where all of your official communication will come from. There's instructions to do that in that first welcome email I sent to y'all. And then keep in mind that that's different than your Canvas email. Each instructor will email you within Canvas about course business, about assignments or discussions or whatnot. But always keep your eye on your UNA portal email. That's where all the important university-wide and departmental notices come from. All right, thank you, everyone. And on behalf of the faculty, we're so excited you're here.
Peter, like. My feet is cold, but he will be for y'all. What number are you? He's gonna be here, but I know he's gonna be here first. So we can either report you or we can. Yep, but I know you wanted to go first.